any AI note takers by 11:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If they are not shut off by that time, we will unfortunately require you to depart from today's summit. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. We are ecstatic to have you here today.
Bonjour, bonjour. It is wonderful to have you all to this year's first installment of the She Summit. And I hope that this finds you all well. I am calling in from Ontario, and I am being told that Ontario today is allegedly colder than the Arctic. And while I'm not a fan of the Pity Olympics, I'm very happy to have the Cold Olympics. So I'd love to know in the chat how cold it is wherever you are now, because I understand the weather pattern this weekend is quite unique, interesting. I will offer crazy. And that a lot of places throughout the US that usually don't get cold or usually don't get snow are getting all of the above. So jump into the chat, join part in the cold Olympics, and let me know how cold it is where you are. If you're somewhere warm, I may not like you today because I'm exceptionally jealous of you. Today, we are going to spend some time together and we are going to be exploring New Year, New You. This is very much inspired by the idea that when the year turns, a lot of us sit down and say, okay, this is going to be the year that I am going to and then insert whatever goal that may be. Sometimes it's a health goal. Sometimes people are like, I want to learn how to go to the gym more often. Some people may say, I don't like the way I look right now. I want to shift the way I look. Whereas other people's goals might be, I don't feel comfortable in my head every day. I want to work on my happiness. I want to work on my longevity. As many individuals as there are with us today, there are going to be just as many incredibly unique goals. And so today's summit is focused on showing up for you and showing up how your individual unique goal can be supported by your unique individual genes, as well as very unique offerings from science, how science is progressing in the art of longevity, how fasting can support some of those outcomes, looking at how both hormones and certain medications, possibly like GLP-1s, are going to influence body composition and how you may go about achieving weight loss goals. And then founding all of that, looking at how certain supplements and supports can support detoxification and just well running within the body. And then last and definitely not least, how you talk to yourself, how you engage with your mind can shift how you go about achieving these goals. Whatever your goal might be, we know it's important how you approach it shifts that. So today, through our conversations with all of our panelists, these are going to be things we're exploring, assuming that we're able to keep warm enough. I see a few people calling in from Cyprus where it's warm, not impressed. You're on my jealous list. And then I'm seeing also a few other people, and these are people in the US, and they're dropping temperatures, which I would imagine are in Fahrenheit. And of consequence to that, profoundly frightening because they're in the negatives. And I know that it takes a lot for Fahrenheit to get down to the negative. So grab a blanket, grab something warm. Please join us, be part of the conversation. We want to be engaged with you. We are live broadcasting today's summit across many different platforms. You may be joining us through Zoom, you may be joining us through YouTube, and you may be joining us through our DNA Co media page. Wherever you are, welcome. We're so glad that you are here with us. If you want to be engaging with us, meaning you want to participate in the Cold Olympics, or as our speakers give their presentations, you're like, hey, Dr. Betty said something really interesting. I have a question for her. We do need you to be part of our Zoom broadcast because that is where we are doing all of the chatting. Okay. So if you want to, if you are calling in from either YouTube or, sorry, if I guess you're watching from YouTube or you're watching from the DNA Co media page, I'd invite you to go to the website, thednacompany.com/join. We're going to put this link in the chat so that you don't have to type it out. But again, it's thednacompany.com/join. If you go there, you will be able to join into this webinar so that you can participate with us. And we really do encourage that. We show up every time for our audience to the service of how can we educate them about genes? How can we educate them about individualizing their healthcare? And so your questions are very important to us. They're very important to the presenters, and the presenters will speak to them. So again, that website is DNA, or sorry, that becomes important, thednacompany.com/join. As we progress through our speakers today, many of the speakers have come prepared to give away gifts so that once you leave the summit, once you are inspired by the summit, perhaps maybe when one of the speakers piques your curiosity, you can take some of their learnings away. So throughout the day, or sorry, I apologize. At the end of the day, we will tell you how you can submit for a draw where you can win many of the books that speak to what our speakers today have offered a lot of energy and effort into, so you can take it home. In terms of the books that we have, we are offering Evolved NLP, the Impact Driven Coach's Guide to Amplified Revenue and Results. We are also offering Your Best Shot, the personalized system for optimal weight loss, GLP-1 shot or not. We are offering our own The DNA Way by Kashif Khan. And then we are also offering from resident favorite, Jen Simmons, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer. So, again, please stay engaged throughout our conversations today so that you know how you can be put in a draw uh, to win some of these books. I'm seeing a few questions in the chat asking, is there going to be a replay? And the answer is yes. This is going to be available on the DNA Co. media page. This is where you most likely signed up for the summit, and it will be available for several days after. We're going to put into the chat that link so that if at any point today you need to drop off or you want to watch something again, that can be where you do it. All right. So I want to set the stage and ready us for our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Betty Murray. Dr. Betty is a PhD researcher and a certified nutritionist specializing in women's hormones and metabolism. She leads a team of functional medicine experts and holds advanced degrees in human nutrition and functional medicine. She is the founder of the Minerva Project, revolutionizing women's health by bridging critical gaps in care through the Institute, the Metabolic Blueprint, and the Minerva Telemedicine Company. She is a frequent offender in the best of ways. We are always so delighted to have you here, Dr. Murray, because you speak so powerfully and so humanly, so womanly into how hormones play such a pivotal role in our health. So, with no further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Betty Murray to the stage. Madel, welcome.
Oh, well, thank you. Happy
We're
to be here.
we're so glad to have you here. I will sign off and let you get on with your talk, but thank you very much for joining us today. We you are constantly loved and constantly appreciated at these summits.
Oh, why, thank you. I'm happy to be here and happy to share. So let me share my screen real quick and
Mhm.
we will get started. Oh, let me do. Let me just get it there. Okay, hopefully everybody should be able to see my screen. So today we're really going to talk about the metabolic impact of the menopause transition, perimenopause, and then onward from there. If we look at sort of conventional, I'm going to air quote it, wisdom, a lot of your conventional, whether they're, your fitness trainers, your nutrition professionals, your physicians, we all get kind of told the story, you need to eat less and work out more. And that would be maybe true in many cases when we're looking at somebody who is younger and has metabolic efficiency because they also have hormone efficiency. But when we look at the research today, women that are in perimenopause and menopause are in a completely different metabolic state. So what I'm going to be covering today is really what's happening all the way down to, your mitochondrial level, what's happening inside the cells, and where that may lead to things like weight gain and insulin resistance and risk for diabetes, but it's also part of the inflammatory crisis that leads to basically a longer health span. So women live about 4.5 years longer than men on average, but we tend to have more chronic disease and have a poorer health span. So not only is menopause a transitional state, but the act of losing that very important set of sex hormones actually increases our likelihood for chronic disease. And to me, it's not an act of normal aging. It is a kind of age-defying incident. And so we're going to go through that today, specifically around our metabolism, because, January, most of us are like, hey, we're going to take better care of ourselves and we're going to help our body along. So the first thing that I think about when I think about metabolism, and often people think about weight loss, what we're really talking about is fat loss, right? And ideally muscle gain. Truly, honestly, if we were to say, look at the entire population, if we stood in the mirror and we loved the way we looked, would we really care what the total number is on the scale? Probably not. But the reality is the more muscle we have compared to body fat, the more metabolically sound we are. One of the greatest indicators of longevity is our muscle mass, right? And 5 pounds of fat, I wish I had it with me. I don't have it with me today, but 5 pounds of fat takes up this much space. All of us have held a 5 pound, a 5 pound weight, and it's much, much smaller. So the reality is we are always needing to look, particularly if you happen to be well seasoned, like I am, in the menopause time period. Our biggest goal is to hold on or put on muscle mass and either have great body composition or lose body fat. So we're going to go into it. All right. So here's the important thing. So perimenopause, which is the time period in which we experience most all of the menopause symptoms, right? It might be night sweats, hot flashes, although those tend to happen much later. But a lot of times it's things like fatigue, mood swings, anxiety, depression, brain fog, frozen shoulder, joint and muscle pain, a feeling that you don't feel right? I don't feel right. That transition can start in our late 30s. Like for me, my own experience was I started going through perimenopause at about 38. And I was in the functional medicine space. I've been in this space for over 21 years. I owned my clinic. I had been working with people. And, at the time, it was perceived to be something else. But the other thing that really happens that gets ignored is when these hormones, your sex hormones, particularly estrogen, testosterone, and progesterone, start to change, right? Particularly estrogen is where I'm going to focus on the most today. We get significant metabolic disruption all the way down to the mitochondria. And, if we look at the stats, about 80% of women will experience things like weight gain. And we experience an average of a 15% weight gain. So think about that if you're a 150-pound woman. That's a good 17 to 20 pounds that you pick up doing the exact same thing you did a couple years ago, right? So the hormones themselves start to change how our body works metabolically. And we see this kind of metabolic vulnerability really start much earlier than what was anticipated, right? I don't know about you, but even within the functional medicine community, I don't think we really acknowledged and understood, 10 years ago, the degree in which this starts to really shift earlier in life, right? So many of us are experiencing it early and we're waiting for a hot flash to kind of distinguish, hey, we've got some metabolic issues. So, this is the scenario. So our mitochondria, which is our powerhouse inside our cells, this is your power plant, right? Your power plant is there to burn sugar and burn fat, right? Your mitochondria are the energy factories in every single cell. And they depend very heavily on your hormone signaling, as particularly estrogen, right? So the first thing to understand is your ovaries produce estrogen, your adrenals produce estrogen, your fat can produce estrogen. However, it's the the ovarian production of estradiol that is the most significant. And every single cell, except for 2 cells in your body, has receptors for estradiol. And there's multiple receptors, but we have receptors on every single cell. So when estrogen starts to go on what I like to call the bungee cord experience, right? So it doesn't decline in a steady route. It's all over the place. And that all over the place on average for most women is 8 years in the United States. That means some people get to be an outlier and they get 14, 15 years. And then some people, it may be significantly shorter. But when it's on this bungee cord experience, it's starting to affect your body systems, your brain, and your powerhouses. Now, most of this research has been done in cognitive studies, particularly looking at the prefrontal cortex of the brain. So that's the part of your brain that does the sort of critical thinking, your more memory, focus. What we found was on the mitochondria, we have receptors for estradiol. And when we start to see that estradiol level decline, what happens is the mitochondrial function becomes impaired. We see a downregulation of energy. So think of your mitochondria as powerhouses, right? These powerhouses were chugging along like a Ferrari. And now they're 1987 Yugo. They're producing a lot less energy. So from a cognition standpoint, that means your brain is not as sharp. You may not remember as much. You may not be able to multitask as well. Now that's happening in the brain. Where else could that be happening? muscle tissue, liver tissue, every organ in your body. So when we see this down regulation, what's essentially happening is your body's ability to use sugar has now become impaired, glucose, right? The glucose transporter, particularly GLUT4, which is a passive transport, becomes more impaired. So all of a sudden, instead of getting, let's say, 10 molecules to the powerhouse, now you're getting 3 or 4, right? So you're able to produce energy, but at a much lower rate. And on the other side of it, our ability to do what they call oxidative phosphorylation, which is a fancy way of saying fat burning, that also gets impaired. So at the powerhouse themselves, inside every muscle tissue, inside every part of your body, we see this down regulation. So if you've been told to eat less and work out more, they're ignoring the fact that your mitochondria itself have changed. And part of this function is the impairment of using the actual fuel you have, but it also leads to oxidative stress, which, think of it this way, oxidative stress is rusting, right? So if we have more rusting or more smog building up in and around your mitochondria, that's also going to make your powerhouses slow down because you got to clean the smog out of the cell in order for it to function. So the result is we get fatigue, we got stubborn body fat gain, right? We get brain fog, and then you feel like everything you do is working against you, not for you. And what's really insidious about this is most of the weight gain is really, really driven to the abdominal area of the body. And so when we look at the abdominal area of the body, we're talking about the body fat that shows up between the muscle tissue and your internal organs, called the visceral area of body fat. Well, research today shows that women experience increased insulin resistance. So we get insulin resistance from this mitochondrial mechanism and many other ones. And we get fat weight gain and increased cytokine production by that abdominal fat. So we have basically a fat machine producing a bunch of inflammatory things that then drives more insulin resistance, which then drives less ability to use body fat and sugar as fuel. And so then we get this sort of vicious cycle. And research today shows that if you just try and cut calories and work out more, it has little effect for women. So if you've been told that, it's not saying that exercise doesn't matter, and it's not saying that, a really high quality diet doesn't matter. It's just saying it works differently. So often what we have to do when we might be 45, 55, 60 is very different than what might have worked at 35. And this is where we also understand our DNA blueprint. I've been doing DNA since like 2012, actually. And what we understand is you've got your body composition variance, right? So are you more estrogen dominant? Are you more androgen dominant? Are you a balanced hormone picture? Are you somebody that was born to be a sprinter, or you've got the kind of muscle power gene? Or are you somebody that was designed to be more of an endurance athlete? I don't know about you, but I can tell you after 14 years of doing this, women tend to lean in more towards that sort of sprinter body type, right? So our DNA will also affect this hormonal effect of perimenopause and menopause. So I'm going to give myself as an example because I love to share. I have no qualms about sharing my own health. I am estrogen dominant, likelihood for estrogen toxicity. So if you are new to the DNA code, there's a big part of the DNA testing that looks at how our body metabolizes estrogen. So how your body packages it to get rid of it. And you can have more estrogen and then be less capable of getting rid of it. Well, when you have those variants, whether it's COMT or whether it's your CYP1B1 or CYP3A4, what happens is the impact of that volatility in perimenopause, where your estrogen is going up and down on a bungee cord, the effect of losing that receptor activity on the powerhouse makes this even more so. So it's valuable to understand your DNA blueprint going into this because it helps you understand how you might be able to tweak what you're doing. And the other part of that is your hormonal stage matters. So very early in the perimenopausal journey, in most cases, women's progesterone level, which is the other sex hormone that really counterbalances estrogen, it starts to decline early. That's why we see fertility issues in our 40s. It's because progesterone is already on a decline. So if you're in your 40s, even if you don't have a DNA blueprint of estrogen dominance necessarily, you might be in that state because of the hormonal picture that naturally occurs in that time period of life. So early perimenopause often results in a early sort of estrogen dominant state if you're not doing hormone replacement. Then when you get into the major chaos zone, you're all over the place. Progesterone may be low, estrogen's everywhere. And then it starts to be low relative to where you were when you were at your, let's say, hormonal peak. And that's the menopause to post-menopause time period. So a little known fact, for menopausal women who are not replaced with hormone replacement therapy are actually at a lower level of estrogen than the average man at the same age, right? So let me say that again. Men at, let's say 50, 55, in that zone of menopause have more estrogen than a woman who has gone through menopause. And so we see significant impact here. And the other part I would say is it's very important to have a personalized approach. From the research we have today, for instance, if we were looking at hormone replacement therapy, what we know is that every woman has variability as to how much hormone they need, how much they absorb, how much hormone their body will metabolize, and how their body gets rid of it. So there's not a one size fits all. And to be honest, because of the Women's Health Initiative and sort of the ensuing 22 years of chaos and lack of research in women's health, we have a scenario where most of the time, most of the practitioners are sort of guessing their way through it. And so the reality is if you're considering hormone replacement therapy and other things, you need a highly personalized approach that respects your DNA, respects your body's ability to metabolize your hormones, and also respects your needs according to what happens. And especially if we're looking at it for the metabolic effect for fat loss and also reducing our risk for cardiovascular disease, cancer, dementia, osteoporosis, which are our biggies. All right. So like I was saying, your DNA and sex hormones often can control body composition. So if you are an estrogen dominant woman, you tend to be more curvy, right? I like to call it junk in the trunk. We have a little more on both sides, right? If you're more androgen dominant, you're usually more kind of long and willowy, right? That is going to change the level of insulin sensitivity and often be affected by your estrogen metabolism. And it also affects our fat storage patterns. So often, if you are more estrogen dominant, you're going to have, like I said, more of the junk in the trunk. So we carry and I say that jokingly because I am an estrogen dominant woman. So we carry more of our weight in our hips and thighs, lower abdomen. And truthfully, that fat is somewhat protective, the subcutaneous, what we like to call the jiggly bits. However, when you have a state where we're gaining more weight around the middle and it's the visceral fat, so maybe a little bit more of that apple body style, we're going to see more insulin resistance and less insulin sensitivity. So this is going to impact what you do and how you do it, right? And if we look at the two hormones that are most prevalent here, estrogen in particular is going to not only support hot flashes, night sweats, insomnia, libido, anxiety, depression, but it's going to affect your metabolism. And progesterone is as well, because progesterone affects your sleep, water retention, stress response, anxiety. And I will also add testosterone. You know, we think of testosterone as this hormone that's for men, right? And the FDA has not approved a testosterone replacement for women. However, as women, we make 3 to 4 times the amount of testosterone than we do estrogen at any given time. Testosterone is an extraordinarily important hormone for women too, especially when it comes to body composition, because it helps with muscle building and muscle retention. And then the other androgens, the other kind of male hormones, if I can air quote that, also help with stress recovery. And so when we look at those genetic insights and those hormone insights, we start to understand how to support metabolism in a really big way. So obviously, I'm a proponent for hormone replacement. I don't think everybody needs to be on it, but I do think every woman, regardless of age and circumstance, deserves the right to look at it. And we do know that it has an impact, obviously, on the metabolism. All right, so rule number 1, is, again, I sort of alluded to this earlier, you don't want to guess your way through healthcare. There is no other hormone deficiency other than menopause that is perceived by the conventional medicine standards by like, hey, if you have hot flashes, take this. And if you get your hot flashes to go away, you're fine, right? If you had loss of the ability to produce insulin, we would give insulin and we would also test to make sure that we had it right. If you lost thyroid function, we would give the hormone and we would also test and validate that you're in the correct amount. If you were a man and you needed testosterone therapy, we would test, add therapy, and then test to make sure we had it right. So the same thing is true for women, right? So if you're looking at, hey, I want to not only improve my longevity, we need to test and know where your hormones are at. And we also need to know, once you've replaced hormones, are you in the therapeutic ranges to support your brain, your heart, your bones, and I would argue metabolism, because research shows putting hormone replacement in starts to turn on those metabolic pathways. It reduces oxidative stress in the powerhouse. It improves glucose utilization and reduces fat storage capacity. It improves metabolism, right? So the personalized approach requires that attention. And often the food and the things that we used to do before may not work as well, and especially the exercise. The idea of getting on some sort of equipment and sort of burning off calories does not work in this time period. We have to look at how to turn on the metabolism at the actual cells themselves, particularly in your muscle tissue. And we have to optimize and keep monitoring because things can change over time. So like I said, hormones run the show. And the other part that we have to also understand is if you're in perimenopause and menopause, right? Or maybe you're in postmenopause, which is once you're in menopause, you're in menopause. Other hormones are often out of balance. We have kind of co-problems going on here. Often there is an effect of insulin and cortisol. So stress chemistry is higher because of the loss of recovery hormones like DHEA and testosterone. We can have thyroid issues that sort of coexist along with it. Insulin control problems. So when it gets sluggish, the weight gain starts and we get persistent fatigue, mood swings, and all the other pieces. And so the other part of that maintenance scenario is you can't just look at one thing. We need to look at the blood sugar control. We need to look at the thyroid. We need to look at the sex hormones and understand how they are all operating together. They're like a symphony. And so you can't just have the percussion system playing without the rest of them to actually have a symphony. So let's talk about what's happening, right? So when you replace hormones and you get those back on board, you not only support all the symptoms that we think about, but we start to turn on those metabolic effects. Now, there's a couple other really interesting things that affect women more greatly in this time range than what they may have when you're 30, 25. And some of this work comes from a Dr. Rick Johnson. So Rick Johnson has been published about 300 times. Most of his research started in looking at high blood pressure and uric acid, right? So if you know what uric acid is, a lot of people think about that with gout. Uric acid is a byproduct actually made in the mitochondria, but it's also in the blood supply and affects kidneys. And when uric acid climbs, we can get things like gout, right? We get pain in the joints. Well, gout has been known since the late 1800s that high uric acid and the incidence of gout commingled with fat storage, commingled with diabetes risk, cardiovascular risk, and high blood pressure. So Rick Johnson's work started looking at what was this impact. And I think this is really important because this is actually what helped us survive ice ages as things that looked close to human, but it doesn't serve us in today's modern world. So one of the things that he found is basically this survival switch. So what his research showed was inside your powerhouse, your mitochondria, when your body is under a stress response, right? So a stress response usually perceived as starving in your body, right? So maybe you're fasting too much. Maybe your cortisol's too high and you're not sleeping very well. Maybe you're dehydrated. what happens is inside that powerhouse, your uric acid level climbs. That clicks on a protective mechanism and says, hey, turn down the metabolism because I need to prepare myself for starvation. And this is what he liked to call the fat switch. Now, when our body created this sort of mechanism way back when we moved from being kind of ape-like to human-like, it allowed us to survive an ice age. However, this fat switch can get turned on, and his research showed it was more prevalent in women, particularly perimenopausal women. And so even though it protected us by slowing down the powerhouse, and it does it through fructose metabolism in the liver, I'm not going to go into that in really high levels. However, it would turn it on. Well, there's an interaction effect when estrogen starts to decline. So estrogen declines, we get less capable of running our powerhouse, so it becomes a Yugo. And if uric acid is elevated because of a stress response, that also slows it down and we make less ATP or energy. And ultimately, the end result is we make more body fat. So why this is important is our lifestyle can impact this. I'm sure that everybody that's on this presentation knows that we don't want to have high fructose corn syrup in our diet, right? High fructose corn syrup is a combination of fructose and glucose, and it's got a slightly higher amount of fructose relative to glucose, and it stimulates more fat storage. And what Dr. Johnson's work found was high levels of high fructose in the diet would trigger this uric acid release inside the powerhouse. However, really, really aged foods. So I don't know about you, but your glass of wine, your charcuterie, your, olives, all of those foods that we like to have, as snacks, and I would call it girl dinner, right? Girl dinner, those foods can also trigger a uric acid response. And so sometimes our glass or two of wine at night, sometimes our eating habits of eating highly processed foods can also trigger this response. So the take-home message here is, if I am a perimenopause or menopausal woman, I'm already challenged with my powerhouse. And if I don't replace hormones, my powerhouse is going to be slower. If I am doing a lot of foods with high fructose corn syrup, doing a lot of aged foods, or other things that may raise uric acid, like alcohol, I might be triggering both sides of that. And then it becomes harder to lose that body fat that you want to do, right? And so part of when we go to fix this, which I am going to share, when we go to fix this, we need to affect both sides of that. And the big thing is you're not really broken. We just have mismatched lifestyle and diet activity to what our body is doing at that time. Now, one of the things that they found when they were doing their research was hydration was really, really important. So one of the other major mechanisms they found, they were looking at high blood pressure, right? So most of us have heard that a lot of people who have high blood pressure are what we call salt sensitive. So when they were looking at these different populations, they were doing studies and saying, okay, if this person has high blood pressure and they eat a higher salt diet, what happens to their blood pressure? Well, in a lot of cases, it would go up. Well, in their research, they showed that if you drank enough water to dilute the sodium content, you actually mitigated the entire blood pressure effect. So let me say that another way. Even if you have high blood pressure and you consume salt, you can drink enough water to dilute it and it would have zero effect on your blood sugar. And blood pressure. And this happened again and again and again. So we have large scale studies looking at this. Here's why it is important. That uric acid switch and the ability to convert fructose, if we are dehydrated. So how many of you get up and pound coffee in the morning, right? Forget to have water, probably don't have enough throughout the day, maybe have a glass of wine at night. You might be chronically dehydrated. What that does is not only increase your risk for like sodium content relative to your blood pressure and impact there, but it also stimulates another enzyme pathway that causes a conversion of glucose to fructose in the bloodstream. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is after 21 years of clinical practice in my clinic and then the telemedicine company I run, I was seeing this again and again. We get hormones dialed in, we get the diet dialed in, we got the exercise dialed in, and it was little tiny tweaks like this where hydration was a big issue. And so the truth is when you're going to turn off this fat switch, we need to remove things like high fructose sugar, right? So all those things. Whole fruit in its natural form does not do this, right? We need to optimize hydration. We need to make sure that we're consuming enough water and balanced electrolytes to make sure we're not triggering that metabolism effect that raises uric acid inside the mitochondria that slows your engine. And we need to support the overall mechanics of your electrolytes. And that does not mean a high sodium electrolyte. And we have to support mitochondrial function, right? Powerhouse. Your B vitamins, your antioxidants, your magnesium, your CoQ10 all help here. However, I would make an argument that if you are a woman in this time period of life, you would benefit from hormone replacement therapy also, or at least exploring it, because what it does is it helps to turn on some of these mechanisms. And then the other big part of this is looking at stress and cortisol, right? We can't overlook the impact of chronic stress and sleep, because what that does is our body cannot tell the difference between starving on the Serengeti and your psychological stress of being caught in traffic on the highway. The same basic physiology, your body produces the same chemistry. And so we have to also try and dial in controlling that stress, getting our lifestyle, learning how to say no, and all these other boundaries, because it will break this system and put it into an on all the time. So how do we do this? So I want to speak a little bit about the exercise thing first, because most of us have heard, like, if there was one resounding message we got in 2025 was protein is the only nutrient we need. And I'm being a little bit sarcastic here. Protein is absolutely 100% essential, right? It is one of the 3 macronutrients. We have protein, we have fat, and we have carbohydrates. Fats and protein our body must have in the diet. Our body can actually produce glucose when necessary out of non-glucose materials, protein particularly. Now, protein is important. However, if you are a woman and you've, let's say, been struggling with body compositions, like, things haven't been working and you've been overweight and you've been struggling for a long time, so the research shows that our ability to take protein and make it into muscle can become impaired, particularly if we've been overweight or obese. So one of the things that I often have people do when we're starting to dial in the diet is make sure we've got the exercise dialed in. So as a woman, our focus should be muscle building first, strength training. We need to build as much muscle as we can because that stimulates bone. It also stimulates metabolism. Super, super important. However, as you move through that, we also need to consume protein and get protein online and in the diet. So when you add protein in, we need to make sure that we can build muscle out of it. And some of the more recent research in the last couple of years has shown that when we eat protein, and especially start the first meal of the day, you're breaking the fast with a large chunk of protein in that meal, and then ending the day with a large chunk of protein, we actually get better muscle protein synthesis. So protein is king, and it is absolutely important, but a really high protein diet without the use of your muscles to actually burn fat and burn sugar and actually produce energy is not going to result in muscle building for the average 45, 55-year-old woman. We have to do both. And when we look at the exercise also, we're also looking at strength training and also zone 2. Zone 2 is kind of your low level, moderate level cardio where it's a little bit difficult to talk. It's more than what you're doing when you're walking and often less than what you might be doing if you're running, especially unless you're a really, really dialed in endurance athlete. The reason why zone 2 is very important is it helps with mitochondrial biogenesis. So it helps your body make more powerhouses. So the more powerhouses I have in the muscle, the more metabolically fit I am, the more efficient I am at glucose and fat metabolism, which the majority happens in your muscle tissue. So when we dial in protein, we must dial in the exercise at the same time. One of the other major dietary things that need to happen is fiber. So fiber is found in fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, legumes, whole grains. And it supports blood sugar balance, especially when it's found in the food you're eating. adding supplemental fiber can help, but it's not the same as when you eat the food. And when you eat food that has the fiber built in, naturally found, it keeps those sugar molecules in the fiber content. So a lot of it gets to your gut microbiome and helps feed your microbiome. So first is it blunts kind of a blood sugar effect of what you ate. But the other part is fiber has been shown to reduce visceral fat weight gain in menopausal and perimenopausal women. So when I add more fiber to my diet, I'm going to reduce all of the impact of visceral fat gain with insulin resistance and also glucose metabolism. So fiber is really important here, because often what I would hear, and my clinicians would say is, everybody's getting their protein in. They're like, oh, I'm eating 120 grams of protein. And then it's like, what'd you have with it? Well, I had protein. I'm like, well, we need fiber, right? So we should really, really sort of source and try and get our fiber in through mostly food-based fibers, and at least shoot for 25. I really have people shoot for 30 to 35. Now, if you have not been doing a lot of fiber, if you have gut issues, SIBO, other things like that, fiber may be a little bit challenging, but we can slowly increase it over time and improve it, because we do see that in the research. We see a metabolic effect of fiber, and it's really, really important. Now, when we look at that progesterone decline, right? We look at that progesterone decline. This is where it starts to trigger all those pieces. And then the estrogen erratic behavior, and it's kind of a ketchup bottle running low. You're going to have to shake it and squeeze it out. And the metabolic chaos. If we start doing these right things, we hydrate, we make sure that we're lifting, we're adding fiber, we're adding protein, we're going to improve the overall metabolic balance. If we add hormones back to the picture with bioidentical hormone replacement, we're going to start fixing those metabolic triggers that are broken all the way down to the mitochondria. So here's the way to think of it: is menopause is a new metabolic operating system. And so if you've gone to somebody and they've said, hey, this is just the way it goes, like this is midlife, it's not. And we have to affect it at most places. And a big part of it is that inflammatory insulin resistance, and especially the weight gain in the abdominal area. And we need to help your body communicate better so it knows to burn fat when it needs to burn fat, and sugar when it needs to burn sugar. And we need to pull all those pieces together, because it's not the same as what it was before. So here's my recommendations for a midlife kind of metabolic reset. All right. So number one, test, don't guess. Especially if you're looking at DNA, if you happen to be on here and you've done your DNA, probably if you talk to other people, your DNA is unique to you. There are patterns that we see, but everybody's a little bit different here. And we don't want to kind of guess our way through it, because the treatment that worked for your best friend probably isn't going to work for you. And we need to look at the whole thing. I recommend all sex hormones, thyroid panel, your cortisol, your insulin, your blood sugar. We want to understand the whole picture, because the regular things your doctors run, complete blood count and then a metabolic profile, don't have any indication for anything other than pathology, right? We need to lift heavyish, right? And the reason why I say that is some of us have never been into strength training, and some of us have been hardcore strength trainers. So the most important way of bringing exercise into your daily activity is to start now and do progressive load. So progressive load means that you're either adding more weight or adding more repetitions. And because your body will adapt, right, as it becomes better, right, better at what it's doing. And resistance training is non-negotiable. So today, the average 65-year-old woman or above that falls and breaks a hip or a pelvis, 50% will not survive that year. And of the ones that do survive, about 50% will lose some capacity of their physicality that they had before, right? This is an epidemic. Resistance training is probably one of the most powerful lifestyle things we can do to reduce the risk for osteoporosis. The most powerful is hormone replacement therapy, particularly with estrogen, but I would argue all three. When we use supplementation, we need to be strategic with this, right? Mitochondrial support can help, but we also want to look at things like fiber, diet first, but you can add some supplemental fiber. We want to make sure we get protein, particularly in large chunks in that morning and in that evening. Whatever you do in the afternoon and the midsection is great, but we know that you can build muscle better with larger chunks of protein in those 2 meals. Young people that are like 20, you could give them little bits of protein all day long and they can produce muscle at a much greater rate. We want to reduce fructose, particularly high fructose containing foods. And I would say don't eat a charcuterie plate for dinner every night, and reduce alcohol. Anything that raises uric acid can also trigger that. Dehydration can also trigger that fat switch, which basically tells your body, hey, store fat, downregulate the powerhouses so I don't need to use a lot of energy. And then probably the other big thing is mastering stress chemistry. Your body can't tell the difference between starving on the Serengeti and store everything I've got for future, which is body fat storage. And women are more wired for that because nature cares that we reproduce. We are more wired to carry body fat because we want to make sure that we can have babies. But when you're beyond fertility, that same mechanism is not as ideal under stress response. And oftentimes that requires boundaries. So here's also the other thing. No matter where you are in age, in timeline, today, whatever today is the day to act. And here's the thing. Let's say you go to act today and maybe you're in Canada and it's frickin' freezing. And then you like fell off the wagon and you're and you're downing popcorn. Let's say you're having popcorn and then you're like, no, I'm going to have a glass of wine. So guess what? The next time you pick up a fork, the next time you wake up is a new opportunity. So every day that I wait to not take one step, one tiny little step, is a day that I lose a little bit of time, right? And the cool thing is these types of efforts have compounding effect. So if your first effort is just to add more fiber to your diet, cool, great. Do that for a month and then go, okay, now I'm going to go into the gym and start lifting a little bit more. Now I'm going to add more protein because you can add on it. And so just think about all of those things and how that may work for you, and you'll have a much better impact. Awesome. Let me stop my share. Okay.
Hi, Dr. Murray. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. We have some questions,
Cool.
so I'm going to help by moderating. One of our questions is, what does your daily breakfast look like? How are you getting your proteins in the morning specifically?
Yeah. So I'm going to clarify this with a bunch of things. I do eat dairy. Not everybody eats dairy, but I do eat dairy, and I don't like protein shakes. I was a bodybuilder for years, and so I like my hair stands up on the back of my neck because I would have 2 a day, and so I don't like those because for a lot of people that's a way to do that. So what I do is I will take yogurt and cottage cheese, protein powder, creatine, your collagen peptides, and I throw all that stuff together in a blender. I put a little bit of fruit in there and a little bit of nuts and seeds, so I make it more like a ice cream kind of yogurt, right? And I eat it with a spoon instead, because when I do that, between the yogurt, the cottage cheese, the protein powder, I'm getting, actually mine most of the time add up to about 50, because I also add ham parts and other things. And so that helps me get enough. I also make a sausage, onion kind of hash, and sometimes I'll make that. I'm a savory breakfast person, so I don't do a lot of sweet things, but that's how I try and get it in. Now, if you're doing like a protein shake, you can always up the number of scoops to get a higher bolus of protein in that shake. And adding things like hemp hearts gives you a vegetarian form of protein also that can help.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We have a question about the difference between surgical menopause and going through menopause in a non-surgical way. Could you address that for us?
Yeah. So either way, right? Either way, surgical menopause, just for everybody, that's when they have removed your uterus and they also remove your ovaries. However, even just having a tubal or just the uterine removed itself can disrupt blood supply, nervation, and disrupt the hormones also. But especially when they've removed everything, you are put into menopause overnight. What the research shows is there's higher risk for all-cause mortality, more risk for cardiovascular disease and other things for a woman who may have been put into surgical menopause early, right? And so either way, the impact is there. What I would say is if you've been through a surgical menopause, what it does is sort of bring that sort of risk profile that we see from menopause and sort of move it into an earlier time period, right? But the truth is even if you had those organs removed for different reasons, that doesn't mean you can't explore hormone replacement therapy for you, to replace what's missing. But the metabolic effects are going to be similar. It's just going to happen earlier.
Thank you. Our next question is about someone who seems to be having to work harder than others to control blood sugar, and she's wondering what your take is on intermittent fasting, and I'm going to add to that relative to when you exercise. Can you talk a little bit about timing of intermittent fasting, whether or not it's a good idea on the days that you're working out or which workouts, things like that?
Yeah. So I know that El Nutra is going to be on here. I'm a huge fan and have been a huge fan, particularly of different forms of fasting, whether it's, stints of longer term fasting or metabolic fasts, or even some intermittent fasting. So there's a couple things. So most of the research that has been done on a 16-hour window of fasting and an 8-hour eating window were done in cognitive studies. So much older populations with cognitive issues. And in most cases, they had a degree of blood sugar issues with the brain itself. So the brain was no longer efficient in using blood sugar, and they weren't adequately able to produce ketones because your brain uses ketones as fuel, right? Now, when we look at women, you start segregating women in midlife out of that sort of category. Extensive fasting, where we really compress that eating window, in a lot of cases can raise our stress chemistry, right? So I'm not a huge fan of 16-hour fasts every single day for most women, because most of us are living with our hair on fire. So when you look at that, what I would say is doing like what they call a 5-2 or alternate day fasting, where you might fast into certain days, but not every single day, helps. When we're looking at particularly resistance training requires sugar, right? At the time you're exercising, you're burning sugar primarily if you're lifting heavier or you're lifting at a higher volume. So what happens is you burn more sugar during the exercise, you burn more fat afterwards because it has this metabolic effect. If you go into strength training heavily fasted, you will often be not as strong and you won't have the same capacity. So that would be a time when it makes sense to have something before exercise, right? Now, if you're doing kind of zone 2 training and you're pretty efficient, then zone 2 training, you could go into fasted because you're already coming out, particularly in the morning. You're coming out of sleep. If your sleep was good, in a fasted, ideally fat burning state, you could extend that a little bit longer. The other thing, if somebody's having blood sugar control issues, particularly in menopause, one of the ways to also help is to add some exercise after meals. And it could be 20, 30 air squats. It could be walk 10 minutes one way and 10 minutes the other way. Because what that does is it lowers your post-eating blood sugar impact. And it can almost lower it by about 50%. And so sometimes just adding those disposal mechanisms can help.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to combine a couple of questions because we have a lot of them. Someone is asking if you've been in menopause for 6 years already, is it too late? And I'm going to combine that with, how do you know if the hormone replacement therapy is bioidentical?
Okay. So it doesn't matter how long. I don't care if you're 80 years old. Hormone replacement therapy should be and can be explored by you, right? The best outcome is when we start it earlier, right? Because we've staved off some of these things that happen as we age. But even if you're significantly outside of that window, you can explore it. And then how do you know something's bioidentical? So bioidentical hormones mean they're biochemically exactly like the ones you make. So think of your hormones as a key. Your estrogen, let's say, has 5 fingers on that key. It's like you took it to Lowe's and had keys made, right? It works on the lock every single time. If it says estradiol, if it says progesterone, that means it's bioidentical. So the patch, there's creams, there's oils, there's pellets, there's micronized progesterone, are all bioidentical. Testosterone has not been approved by the FDA for women, so you can't go to a traditional, drugstore and get it, but you can get a compound in a bioidentical form of testosterone at a dose that's appropriate for women. If your doctor's right for like a dose from a traditional pharmacy for like, let's say androgel, it's got stuff in it that are endocrine disruptors, and it's at a dose that is for a man, not a woman. But when you're looking at bioidentical forms, it means it's chemically the same. If it's birth control, if it's a Mirena, if it's Premarin or Prempro, if it's medroxyprogestins or progestogens, that is not bioidentical.
Thank you. Our next question is, this person is saying that when they sleep, they can sleep for 14 hours and still feel tired, and they have more of an apple shape to themselves. Is there a particular set of tests that you feel are most important for this, or do you still think just get all of those tests that you listed because of the interrelationship between all of them, Dr. Betty?
Yeah, I would say there's a big interrelationship, but it's extremely important. Like if you're fatigued like that and you wake up and it feels like Groundhog Day, like the day just keeps repeating, right? That often means that there could be problems with sleep. There could be problems with blood sugar in the middle of the night, like especially if you wake up and then, those kind of things. So when we look at the blood sugar control, the apple-shaped body often has significant glucose production at the liver through a thing called gluconeogenesis. We have impaired insulin sensitivity. We have a overproduction of insulin every time you bring in something carbohydrate. So the other things I would make sure they test for, look at your sex hormones, look at your thyroid, but get a fasting insulin, get a fasting glucose and a hemoglobin A1C. And if you can also check for a C peptide, that can also tell you if you're overproducing. One of the other really valuable tests, I'm just going to say it sucks, there's no way around it, is a glucose insulin tolerance test. And what they do is you go in fasted, they check your blood, they give you a chunk of, big bolus of dextrose. If you've been pregnant, they usually have done this on you. And what they do is they test every 30 minutes your glucose and your insulin, because what you will often see is the glucose is relatively normal and the insulin way overshoots it. So if you're really curious about what's going on, that would be a sign. And it's all driving towards this insulin resistance, which then drives more visceral fat and also makes you fatigued because your powerhouses are running at like half mast. You've got a Yugo.
We only have time for one more, and I'm going to shoot. We will make sure that the rest of your questions are addressed somehow. It just won't be right now. This person's saying that their understanding is that estradiol oral is not great, because it goes to the liver, and that the patch is better. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so a bioidentical estradiol pill is available. And in some cases, people might choose to do it, particularly younger women who might have gone through, like, let's say, a surgical menopause. However, when you ingest testosterone and estrogen in any form, it goes to the liver, goes through your genetic pathways and through your liver detoxification pathways, makes a bunch of metabolites that then go into your bloodstream. So even though it's bioidentical, it is different. And particularly menopausal women, that is more risky as we get significantly older for clotting issues, not because of estradiol, but because of what it gets made into. So patch, cream, oil, topical forms are more ideal, or even the pellet with control around the lab values.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murray, for all of your enthusiasm and wisdom and everything that you're doing out there in the world. We love having you as a guest. Thank you so, so much for everything. All right, Vanny, would you please pull up the schedule of today's events so that everyone can see what exciting things we have coming their way? Can you just show that for just a little bit, for just a tiny bit longer, so people can just make note of the times? Perfect. Yeah, we've got some great things coming up for all of you. All right, that's perfect. Thank you so much, Vanny. So our next guest is Alex Mandosian, who has shared the stages of the world with Sir Richard Branson, the late Larry King, Tony Robbins, Robert Kiyosaki, sorry, Mikhail Gorbachev, the Dalai Lama, and 2 US presidents. Wow. Despite 4 decades of business success, Alex's proudest accomplishment is what he's achieved at 61, breaking personal breaking a personal athletic record he set 40 years ago. He did that after discovering the transformative impact of C60 Power, the world's most powerful antioxidant at any age. Alex, welcome.
Well, thank you, Tracy. My first disclaimer is I am not a scientist. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a naturopath, and I'm not a chiropractor of any kind, but I've been under functional medicine care, I would say over 40 years, which I think is a long time for functional medicine because it is now mainstream. And I've been under chiropractic and naturopathic care for over 40 years. And I'm open to both sides of the aisle with traditional medicine and with alternative medicine. What's ironic is if you know alternative medicine, it dates back maybe 4,000 years, and traditional medicine maybe dates back about 500 to 600 years. But what I want you to follow as I'm telling my story is that your best years athletically, and I really appreciated what Dr. Betty had to say, your best years athletically are ahead of you if you not only take on that attitude and perspective, but if you make a few changes, with your diet and supplementation. So I'm Alex Mondosian, and I'm going to go straight to my slideshow. I'm going to turn my video off so that there's no competing intention between a speaker and the slides. And I'm going to turn off video, and there we are. Good. And look, I'm a little bit anxious because I'm the only man speaking. But whatever ladies are watching and listening right now or on the replay, or the very smart gentlemen who happen to be here, I want you to know that my topic applies to both genders. And we'll start with this miracle that I stumbled upon. And I'm going to talk about a little bit in a little bit of time from now. But I'm 61 currently. I'll be 62 in March. My background is marketing. I started a marketing company 3 years before Google, and it's called Marketing Online. And I'm very proud to tell you that it's still in business. And most proud of my accomplishments, besides my 2 children, and co-parenting after a divorce. I'm very proud of that. But personal records that I've set at 61 that I couldn't do at age 21. So that is not a typo. I'm doing better athletically now with my strength training and a specific time trial that I have competed against 330,000 other people. And there's not a 40-year-old or over man or woman whom I know or has contacted me that has eclipsed my most recent time at 61. So it's rare, and I'm not saying this. I'm a little nervous to show you some of these pictures because it looks like I'm boasting, but I want you to know what's actually possible because we're complete strangers right now. And the worst thing I can do is go in the wrong direction enthusiastically. And so I hope you can pick up on my energy, but at the same time know that what I'm saying is applicable and relevant to you. So this is a picture I was a little nervous showing because it looks like I'm boasting, but I'm not. I'm at an F45 studio, which is a functional fitness studio. Functional fitness and functional medicine go, hand in hand. And this is me at 61. So I still have my hair and I'm in good shape, but it wasn't always that way. Um, because something happened. And after that, something that happened, I just had a surprising discovery that I believe I can't put this on a bottle. I can't put this on a box. But I believe, erased decades of oxidative damage. And today's topic is going to be about oxidative stress. You're going to learn more about oxidative stress, arguably, than you ever have before, from a civilian, from a non-doctor. So you'll hear me give you a bunch of analogies that make sense so that the science becomes simple. And I believe your athletic prime, whether you go to the gym or not, you're an athlete of some kind. If you're a single mom or an empty nester or a mom with kids at home, you're an athlete, as far as I'm concerned. It is harder, and ladies, I'm not kissing up to you when I say this. It is harder to be a woman than a man. with kids, with all the stuff that you're juggling, right? I know I would say that to my former wife. I would say that to any woman who applies herself in life because you have so many other things, to deal with and worry about every morning, every night, and throughout the day. So being an athlete, a human athlete, is important not only in a gym but for life. I think your best years, no matter what year you are, I'm 61. I've taken 61 trips around the sun. I believe my best year is ahead of me. I'm doing another time trial around my birthday, which is in March, and I'm going to attempt to eclipse my time. All right, so here's my confession to start with. Number one, um, what I'm going to confess in front of complete strangers, except for a few who know me, who are watching, and I hope supporting me, is I'm going to, in my opinion, it's embarrassing. Secondly, it's a true story. It'll be a short version of it. It's a true story when I realized that I couldn't do the things I used to do because of my age and something that happened. In fact, a woman, her name is Jackie, and she's a healthcare professional. She was my concierge throughout this whole episode. And she texted me this morning. She said, "Hey, I see that you're going to be on the She Summit." And I flipped out because it's so ironic because she was the one who helped me through this whole process for a full year. But it started for me this dark day when I was hopelessly lying in bed, hopelessly. I'll tell you why in a moment. In the emergency room bed, Osborne Medical Center, beautiful place in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's where I lived. Um, I drove myself to the emergency room. If you've ever done that, there's no lonelier feeling than that. But before I go into, what happened in my life and you go into poor Alex mode, I want you to know one thing. I've lived a spectacular 61 years of my life. I've had two caring parents. They're both deceased. I watched them pass. What an amazing experience. And they raised me. And I have an amazing sister who I work out with every single day, who is currently my best friend. And then, although I have experienced pain and suffering, um, I've also had some remarkable firsts. So I thought, I have to tell these ladies and very smart gentlemen who are watching, probably very few smart gentlemen, I got to tell them about my background, but I can't do the normal thing and the diatribe of my marketing career, my business accomplishments, and all that. I'd rather just do it through pictures so you get to know who I am. So, one of my firsts is driving my first car. This is in Pasadena, California. I think I'm 2 years old there. And my parents dressed me up that way, which is why I needed therapy 20 years later. And getting my first communion at church. That's my mother, Carol, on the left. That's my dad, George, on the right. I ended up 5'9" on a great day because mom was 5'2" and dad was 6'3", and I split the difference. So I'm actually a little perturbed at my mom, but I loved her until her final breath. And then making my first sale. This is in my grandparents' home. They lived next door when I grew up in Pasadena, California, right by where if Albert Einstein lived, actually, when he used to walk to Caltech every day and come up with, his theories and hypotheses. But this is me. They dressed me up like an old man. And I don't know who I was on the phone with, but I think the first sale was, "I want dessert before I eat lunch." So I think that worked. And then my first girlfriend, her birthday was yesterday, actually, ironically. And this is us, and we used to see each other. She's happily married now with two beautiful girls, and her husband still married. I didn't manage to maintain my marriage, but I have a great co-parenting relationship with my then wife, Amy. And then smoking my first pipe. I think I was about six here, maybe. And again, they dressed me up. My parents did this way, and I don't think they dress up kids like that anymore. And then my first MVP award, this is when my athletics began. I started with soccer and then moved on to athletic sports in the water, water polo and swimming and triathlons. And then my first child is Gabriel. I wish my second child is in the picture too. Her name is Brianna. He's 25 now, and this is him and me. This is me recently and him, and we had rowed 250,000 meters together. And he's taller than I am, and I wish I got his height. So thank God he didn't get my gene on that. My daughter's 5'8", so I don't know where that came from because my then wife is 5'5". So They got the recessive gene from my dad, possibly. And then this is me teaching in Dubai for the first time. I am a teacher and trainer. I've given 4,300 keynotes and interviews, both online and offline. So my experience dates back to 1995, which I'm very proud of. And my mother, if she were still living, would probably want me to still have a job. And then the final slide about my past is this is me. And this is after 10 days of being in the emergency room at Osborne Medical Center. And the reason this was so stressful and it just caused so much trauma for me is I flatlined. This is what the doctors told me. Pulmonary guy, a bacterial guy, and one other one. I can't forget. I forget who he was, but I my heart stopped for they told me 40 seconds. I didn't see white light. I didn't see past life experiences. Um, it just sucked. So I'm in bed, and this is the first time I'm opening up my eyes, and my lungs are completely hammered because I have double fungal pneumonia. Now, moving on, my darkest day, May 5th, 2023. It wasn't long ago, flatline for 40 seconds, diagnosis double fungal pneumonia and valley fever. That's what we get in Arizona, and other overlapping infections. Valley fever is kind of um, it feels like you have no energy for a couple of years. You know, people go through it. It's like Lyme's disease, you know, and it reoccurs. Again, I'm not a scientist or a doctor. I'll just tell you what my experience was like, and it sucked. It was awful. Prognosis, my lungs were hyperstrained. I normally don't get sick. I think it was my second time ever in the emergency room. My immune system was compromised, and recovery time 24 months. That's what they told me. And then during this time, the antifungal meds that they gave me was make my condition worse. You know, like therapy kills the good and the bad cells. The antifungal meds, oh my gosh, they were the worst. I couldn't wait to get off those things. But I needed them, right? I wasn't requiring it or recovering at the pace I was promised by my primary care health practitioner, right? Who's a medical doctor. And so I went to non-traditional health and wellness professionals. And when I did that, suddenly, and I say suddenly, my recovery journey accelerated almost overnight, almost overnight. Um, I'm a big fan of Eleanor Roosevelt quotes. And so she said this, it's better to light a candle than curse the darkness. I was cursing darkness. I went into depression. I didn't get antidepressives prescribed to me, but I was very tempted. If you're on them, nothing against you. It just I didn't think my system, which is quite pure or was, it is today. I didn't think it could handle it, and I didn't want to be susceptible to stay on them. So I just fought the depression with just the fervor of my physical body. And this quote comes from an old Chinese proverb. It encourages proactive solutions, personal empowerment, unlimited focus on hope and action rather than negative and challenging situations. Here's my only issue with with traditional medical doctors is when I and Dr. Betty even insinuated that this when you're taking tests with traditional medicine, right? The MD side, and if you're an MD, I mean no disrespect, believe me, because I'm both sides of the aisle. But many of those tests, not the DNA company, of course, right? But many of those tests are only looking for what's wrong with your body. Okay, what could be better? No, they don't test that. Is what's wrong currently. So my medical doctor, I go to them so they can tell me how sick I am. And for my alternative doctors, they tell me how much better I can be if I just made a few adjustments, you know, like a chiropractor or naturopath, right? I had to go traditional medicine for the antifungals. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living right now. But I went both sides of the aisle, and that's a major theme is you can do that. And I do encourage you to do that as a fellow civilian. I know we have some MDs watching, and I hope some chiropractors and naturopaths. Here was my protocol, right? This is what my naturopathic protocol was suggested, and the MDs agreed with it. Sleep, most important thing in my condition. Remember, highly compromised, a lot of fungus in my lungs. Fungal pneumonia takes longer than bacterial pneumonia or viral pneumonia. It takes up to 2 years. Okay. So sleep was very important. Hypoxic breathing every morning. The previous speaker, Dr. Betty, had talked about going into the gym, which I do twice a day. That's so important for bone density. There's certain exercises that you can do to increase bone density for women, especially. It's important because you lose your bone density with aging, right? And so, but hypoxic breathing training is really good. You may know Wim Hof. I know him. I've shared the stage with him. He made it more popularized. IV therapy. I'm a huge fan of it. Ozone, glutathione, NAD, methylene blue got a lot of flack during COVID, but oh my gosh, it all this is great for mitochondrial support. Mitochondria, what is that? Okay, here's my first analogy. Um, the mitochondria in your body are like the energy generators. They generate energy. Most people don't know, most people, even medical doctors, some don't know that each cell has two other cells inside each cell. Most people think, hey, there's only one other thing inside the cell, and that's a nucleus. And inside the nucleus, of course, there's your DNA and RNA information, but also inside the cell is mitochondria. So every cell has two cells, right? And most people don't talk about it. They talk about mitochondria, but they don't talk about being inside the cell. And it's fundamental to longevity and anti-aging. And without if the mitochondria aren't doing their work, if they get, tired and shriveled, then you're not going to have the energy boost that you deserve. And so the antioxidant that I stumbled upon, which I'll talk about, puts more fuel into that mitochondria. It's like putting new battery cells inside a mobile phone, right? It's energizing them so it works. And that impacts your skin, it impacts your insides, your organs, everything, right? So micronutrient diet is something else that was very important. Shellfish, dark greens, almonds, there's many more, but I focused on micronutrients and getting minerals that I needed. And then really the miracle I stumbled upon just by fate, just by an accident, is something that you may or may not be aware of, but I'm going to talk about it. And it is 172 times more powerful than vitamin C. And I say that because that's what the documents say. That's what the documentation says that. And it is a liquid antioxidant. It also comes in the form of skincare, so it's topical, and also in the form of gummies, which I pop two of those in my mouth before working out. I can't eat a lot before working out because I work out really hard. So I need to have my belly fairly, empty, and I train very, very hard. So my turning point is I recovered in 6 months, not 2 years, and I was back in the gym. I did uh, a time trial called the Spartan 300, which I did a personal record, which I couldn't do back when I was 21 or 31, even 41. Okay. And I shocked my both sides of the aisle doctors with the speed of recovery. The valley fever and fungal pneumonia was gone, which is, if you know something about valley fever, it doesn't go away in 6 months. Thanks to the help of a guest watching right now, Jackie, as well. And so thank you, Jackie. And I maintain my liquid oxidant anti antioxidant recovery protocol to this very day. Now, I put this sign in my front door because I was in poor me mode. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning how to dance in the rain. That's Vivian Green, right? And that reminded me that, hey, I can do this. I can do this. I'm sure many of you have been through an ordeal like mine. Maybe you didn't die for 40 seconds, but you kind of gave up hope. Okay. So before I talk about the Spartan 300 time trial, which is proof positive that I'm better and I'm the fittest I've ever been in my life at 61, I want to focus on what happens to you or anyone else at the age of age 40, and men or women. Now, this part is a little heady, and it's about oxidative stress. Oxidative stress, here comes another analogy. It's like rust. It's like rusting your cells. And when your cells rust, they don't work. So you can have oxidative stress that's generated from, I don't know, pollution. It can be generated through microplastics that our food is put in, pesticides, food coloring, um, but it can be handled by this one antioxidant that's very powerful, and it can be topically put or ingested. And what oxidative stress will cause more of is having these, here's another analogy, free radicals, which are like terrorists to the outside and inside of your body. You have hundreds of thousands of terrorists attacking you every single day. And this antioxidant, I'm going to reveal to you, and some of you may already be on that. Um, I would tell you that they're like the SWAT team, or let's say elite firefighters, to ward off all these terrorists and neutralize the the impact that they're making. Okay, and it's only by adding one more electron to your cells, to your mitochondria. So we'll talk about what that is in a moment. I'm teasing you a little bit, but I want you to know the biology of decline doesn't have to be this way. And this is a little heady part of my presentation. So I've made arrangements so we can get you my full presentation in a PDF format. So this part, as I go through it quickly, you can study later. But ages 20 to 30, those are your invincible years. Oxidative stress is low. Mitochondria is produced efficiently. ATP is working really well. Antioxidant systems will work well, full capacity, right? Free radicals are neutralized almost immediately because you're young. You know, it's like having a brand new car, the smell of new, right? I recently purchased a new car, with a friend, and there's nothing like smelling that new car for like a week. Athletic reality, you can train hard, okay? You can party hard, which hopefully you do, within range, and recover fast. Injuries are healed in weeks, not months. And then your bounce back is great on everything. That's 20 to 30. Now, here's the biology of decline 30 to 40. And this is not just me saying it. This is from the data. So I didn't pull this from my mind. I pulled it from the data that's available there. So you can chat GPT it to your level of joy of proving this to yourself, but you'll get the slides and you can confirm if I'm accurate or not. I am accurate. So there's a shift between 30 and 40. You may be there now, you may be over it like me, but there's about a 10 to 15% decline that it's a rising decline, and because your oxidative stress levels go up. So the mitochondrial efficiency drops 10 to 15%. NAD, if you've never injected that, I do recommend that you have at least one IV experience. It boosts mitochondrial performance. The NAD starts declining, energy currency drops. Your body is an giant electrical storehouse, right? When the electricity goes away, you're dead. When they put stuff on your head to check if your brain has electricity, if it shows flatline, that means you're clinically dead. So your body is an electrical charged, you're in this electrically charged sentient being. I'm sure doctors and others have told you this before, but I'm reminding you. Free radical accumulation, 30 to 40. Okay. It's outpacing neutralization if you don't do something about it. And the telomeres, I kind of know what that is. I don't have a good analogy for it. I'm just saying it so I look smart, but they begin to shorten faster. Okay, you want longer versus shorter, right? And then athletic reality, recovery takes longer. What used to take instant or a few hours, 48 to 72 hours, that nagging injury doesn't go away. And inflammation, which is the signal that, hey, something's wrong, okay, that lingers longer. Now, your car is no longer a young car now. The inflection point, I believe, is 40 to 50. There's a huge increase in oxidative stress that is impacting the body. Mitochondrial function, your storehouse, your energy, right? The energy generators in your body, millions of them, it's dropping by 25 to 40%. Well, isn't that impacting everything from sleep to energy? NAD levels crash 50% from your 20s. Again, if there are any scientists watching, please challenge this. I got this from the science. For women, specifically perimenopause and menopause accelerates oxidative stress. I'm a man. Okay. I'm sure there's male menopause. And yes, you can laugh. But I was the number one copywriter in 2004 on the topic of menopause. Number one, meaning I made the most money, whom I know of, writing on the impact and what happens with menopause as a man. And I think I did it a little better than maybe a female copywriter because I can read the label from outside the jar because I don't have to go through it. I saw my then wife go through it. I've seen my sister go through it, right? I've probably done the male version of it. There's a steep estrogen decline for women because there's less antioxidant protection and bone density drops faster. It's so important to do things in the gym that increase bone density. And then, of course, muscle loss. It accelerates. Now, what happens 50 to 60? We're almost there. I'm going to go 60 to 70. But this is the acceleration zone. Oxidative stress accelerates. You have fewer total mitochondria. Okay. You have fewer generators, fewer batteries. Oxidative stress now is damaging DNA. Can you imagine? So, yes, you can take the test, right? But it's damaging your DNA. I have two recommendations from the DNA company that I'm going to suggest every lady, I think, and very smart gentleman to take advantage of. And I'm going to tell you what they are right now. The Felicia Fit program by Felicia Bruno and the DNA Food program by Rianne Lima. You can look it up when you go to the DNA company later and under programs because I think they're a steep discount and we can get all the details from Tracy when she comes back on and when I'm done. But epigenetic changes, it's accelerating your aging. Again, the biology of decline. Systematic inflammation is the new normal. The self-talk, this is what I had. I used to be an athlete. I used to be an athlete in past tense. Chronic pain is normalized. My gosh, I had sciatica during this whole episode. Double sciatica. It lasted for a year. Okay. Sciatica is caused not only physically, but mentally as well. And most people will quit. And I hope if you're over the age of 60, you do not quit, or in this age range, 50 to 60. I hope you increase because technically you'll probably have more time. And this is where you have the dilapidated car, inevitable decline, a huge decline with your mitochondrial function. Oxidative stress is all-time high. Um, this is your new normal. Some medical establishments say, just take these pills, right? Big pharma, reduced athletic activity by accepting that new normal, which I hope you don't do. Oxidative stress becomes compounded and your antioxidant systems are overwhelmed. It just can't fight because they don't have the SWAT team unless you take one or more of the antioxidant I'm going to recommend, because that's what I did. You don't have that, elite firefighter unrusting, what's happening through oxidative stress on your cells. Athletic reality, which I think is erroneous, is your athletic performance is over. I'm 61 and I'm doing better than I did at 21. The focus is anti-aging. Why don't you do some yoga, walking? Nothing against yoga. I was a Kundalini yoga instructor 30 years ago. Nothing against yoga. Okay. But it does not replace the gym. Okay. And avoid physical injury at all cost. And that prevents fear. Okay. Oh, well, I'm not going to work out because I may get injured. No, work out. And then you'll recover if you do get injured. Just do it in a very um, uh, easy and progressive way. And then you accept, I accepted my frailty in with this inevitable plan that I'm just going to give up eventually at age 58 at the time when this happened, age 58. So here's the analogy. 20 to 30, you're like a brand new car. Everything's working perfectly. The smell of new, the subtle shift from 30 to 40, your car has about 100,000 miles on it, but it still runs great. But you notice you need a few more oil change. Um, Age 40 to 50, inflection point, your car has 200,000 miles on it. I don't know if you have a car with 200,000. I've had a car like that. Multiple warning lights are on. You're avoiding the highway. You're wondering if you should buy a new car. Well, you can't do that with your body, right? The acceleration zone, your car is officially, it's a project car. Okay? Maybe you give it to a grandchild, but it's not safe to drive. It spends more time in the shop than on the road, and you're seriously considering just parking it permanently. And then the inevitable decline, it's junk. And you drive a golf cart as the new reality. And of course, that is hyperbolic, but I just want to make a point that This is what's happening in your body unless you do something about it. The three thieves I noticed most after age 40, recovery time takes much longer. Mitochondrial function is dropping because you have less to work with. And inflammation, right? That alert system, you're sensing more and more of it. And so what I tried first is a supplement graveyard now. But supplements, as great as they have low bioavailability because they don't even cross the blood-brain barrier. Again, I'm saying this as a civilian and trying to dumb it down so I understand it. Standard biohacking, which I'm a big fan of, lots of misinformation out there. And then macro dosing of antioxidants, especially vitamin C, diarrhea. Unless it's injected, diarrhea. And I read a lot about Linus Pauling, and he was a famous guy in the past, and super dosing vitamin C. But I didn't realize he injected it, so I didn't know why I kept getting diarrhea, and that's a yuck scenario, right? And the high cost of giving up, if you've ever given up, is you lose confidence, you abandon your goals, and you have an identity crisis, like I did, right? So my accidental discovery happened with a woman who is a good friend of the CEO of uh, the DNA company. Her name is Tracy Wood. Jessica McNaughton. I met her at a mastermind gathering. It was a business gathering. Not long after I had the valley fever and recovering, she introduced me to a 1996 Nobel Prize winning molecule that was first accidentally discovered by studying dying stars in space. The molecule is shaped like a soccer ball, which is great for next year because the World Cup is coming to the US, and it happens to be the most powerful antioxidant the world has ever known. That's Jessica. There she is. That's Jessica McNaughton, 25 years experience in corporate America. She's the founder of the company that I'm going to boast about in a bit. 18 years working in commercial real estate. 2017, she had health-related and stress-induced burnout from work. So she became the co-founder of shopc60.com. And C60 Power is the name of the brand. C60 is that molecule. Okay. It has the molecule is made up of 60 atoms, and it looks like it's shaped like a soccer ball. And with her allergies, her PMS symptoms, they disappeared. Hair growth came back, nail strength was better, and mental clarity increased. She was in adrenal fatigue. And all this happened because of a molecule that looks like this, right? It's called carbon 60 or C60, most powerful antioxidant ever discovered, several hundred times more powerful than most antioxidants. It does penetrate the blood-brain barrier, which is a wall. It's there that doesn't allow things in, and it penetrates it. So if you take this in the morning, it's a great way to start your day. That's what I do. I take it 3 times a day, actually. It's produced by dying stars, and it's found in meteor impacts, lightning strikes, tiny amounts in the burnt candle. We can now make it in the lab. C60 predates life on Earth. I'm talking billions of years. It's we have ultra high purity. There's a lot of other C60s, but they're all created and produced equally. And it's produced with 99.99%. And that's important because 99.9 is different than 99.99% purity in the lab for human and animal consumption. Yes, it is given to animals. Horses for horse racing, and dogs and cats, part of their food. The 3 scientists who came up with it, they were awarded the Nobel Prize in 1996. It's very versatile and has led, it suggested that it did play a part in the formation of life on Earth because it comes from outer space. And it has unparalleled power to neutralize, getting rid of the rust of those free radicals, those little terrorists, 170 times more than any other antioxidant, specifically vitamin C. Now, a rat study in 2012, okay, I want to show a rat cartoon so it's more forgiving. These French scientists found that rats live 90% longer. Well, I can't say that works for human beings, but the human equivalent is 70 years, turns into 133 years. And let's not forget quality of life, ladies, and very smart gentlemen who are watching. And mitochondrial rejuvenation means you're making young again. Rejuvenare is a Latin term. Rejuvenation means to make young again. And this Nobel Prize winning molecule neutralizes free radicals at the cellular level. because the mitochondria is inside each cell. Now that's me, and that's a C60 beanie I'm wearing because I currently work for the company as an independent contractor. I do a lot of the messaging that they write. In fact, I wrote the postcards that you may have seen inside of the DNA company boxes, and we put DNA test postcards, which I wrote, in our boxes. So DNA and C60 are cousins because they both live inside the cell. Well, Tracy Wood and Jess McNaughton, they might as well be cousins because they're woman-run companies and they have the same evangelical approach to what happens in the body. But I was still skeptical. Even though I had a close friendship with Jess, I wasn't working for her. What I did is I did her a favor and we worked on a sweet beach together and she sent me samples. I didn't even buy the first C60 and I started using it. And she's very generous. She sent me a bunch. So this is what it looks like, as the ingestible version. There are three different oils: avocado, MCT oil, which is for coffee in the morning, or you can put it on food as well, or extra virgin olive oil, which I use for salad dressing. And the oil carriers matter. So avocado, MCT, and extra virgin olive oil, the carriers do matter because not all C60 brands are equal. And we, when I say we, Jessica's company, guarantees 99.99% purity. That's important because you want to make sure you're getting the right thing. In the first 30 days, okay, I monitor and track everything. I could take longer cold plunges. Okay, that's number one. I could take longer cold plunges. My workout recovery was faster and a better and deeper night's sleep and no afternoon coffee cravings. Okay. This is me after 60 to 90 days. Mental clarity, brain fog went away. This is after I had my valley fever, induced lower back inflammation, which I was suffering from, and more stamina. And then this is one I didn't want to show, but this is me at 61. So fat is reduced to 6.7%. That was monitored. My family would get sick, but I didn't. This age guesser at a carnival guessed that I was 52, and the grand prize was a giant panda for my daughter. You know those guys who guess your age, and if they're off, they give you a prize. And a female friend of mine she's a nurse practitioner. She asked me if I did Botox injections, right? So this is the workout I did, and this is hard at any age: 25 pull-ups, 50 deadlifts, 50 push-ups, 50 jump squats, windshield wipers, which are on my back with a bar and holding it up, 135 pounds, clean and press, 35-pound kettlebell, right? And pull-ups, right? This is called the Spartan 300. Well, I happen to have the fastest time out of 330,000 people whom I know who are over the age of 40. I'm 61, and I did the fastest time recently. The reason I favor this Spartan 300 is the movie 300 came out March 9th, 2007. That's my birthday, right? They had to get those actors fit very fast. So this is the time trial I favor. And so at age 50, I started doing this. I did it in 20 minutes. Age 53, 17. Age 56, 15 minutes. I started taking C60 at age 58, 14 minutes. And just recently, I did 12 minutes and 11 seconds at age 61. All right. Now, here's my daily routine. I do a face plunge and I put on the anti-gravity serum and the youth renewal cream, which I'll show you a picture of C60. Then I do 2 tablespoons of the MCT oil and hydrogen water and fresh squeezed lime juice. I take 2 C60 cherry gummies before the gym and 2 tablespoons of C60 avocado oil to a smoothie, and then 1 tablespoon of olive oil, the extra virgin olive oil C60 on my salad. I overdose, ladies and very smart men. I overdose. So you don't have to do this amount. I do it because of my lifestyle. And these are the oils, these are the gummies, and this is the skincare. All right. And one other person happens to like C60, and that's Tracy Wood, the CEO. And she says the C60 skincare changed my life and my skin, excuse me, and the gummies have given me energy without the caffeine, and the oils protect my cells. All right. So that's my final word. I'm going to go to Tracy and stop my share, put my glasses back on so I can see. And I'm all yours, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Alex. We have a few questions and we don't have a lot of time. Um, Someone is asking, is there one that doesn't have avocado oil at all in it? For instance, the coconut?
Yes, we have three. There's also a cinnamon oil that you can get through an eyedropper. So we have other oils without any avocado.
And someone else is asking, what is the difference in benefits between taking or using C60 and breathing hydrogen?
I use C60 oil with hydrogen water. Then I have a little tool that creates it. I also have pills I get from Mercola.com, who's a friend of mine. And I just find the MCT with the hydrogen water versus coffee, which I still drink, but the hydrogenated water, our body is made of that, right? We're carbon-based life form. I just feel maybe any medical doctor could report on this or scientist, but I just feel it has a placebo effect and I feel a lot better with the hydrogen water.
Nice. We have someone asking if it can help with Alzheimer's and autism. Have you heard any reports of that?
Okay, my answer as a civilian is absolutely yes. Okay. Um, Jessica McNaughton, Jess McNaughton is pregnant and is expecting at age 49. She'll be 50. Now, many studies will say don't take C60 when you're pregnant. Well, Jess is not doing that, and she's the founder. As far as the impact um, with Alzheimer's, when you have more mitochondria, okay, you have better things happening. I believe it does. I can't claim it as a fact. I also believe there are no facts. There's only interpretations, right? That's why we have both sides of aisles. So, according to Alex Mondosian, the civilian who can do the Spartan 300 in almost less than 12 minutes, that's what I'm going for this year. It's it's made a huge impact on my life. And I think preventatively, it will prevent dementia or prolong it in the future. Jess's mother, if it's okay for me to say, has been diagnosed with dementia. And recently, in an interview that she was in, she was told by someone outside her company, a doctor, um, take do the C60 for sure. She's telling her to take her own stuff because you most likely may get dementia if you have a history of it. So it's very preventative in that in that gain. So I will only say what the other scientists and doctors have said. I'm not saying it from my own mind.
Perfect. We also have one question, which is about the mitochondrial deficiency and oxidative stress, even older than you are, right? So like you're in great shape and people are mistaking you for, much younger than you are. Is there more of a precipitous decline or what do you know about the
Okay.
process?
I'm going to show you a slide right now that shows that decline. And I'm going to share the screen very quickly and then come back to you because I know we don't have a lot of time. But this is what I want to show you. Remember, you get all these slides. Shopc60.com is where you can get them, right? But
We have a
here's
link in the chat for
Yep,
the slides. Yep.
perfect. Now, this is the slide I wanted to show you because this slide is one of a kind. And I got this from ChatGPT. ChatGPT created this, which I believe is nonpartisan, right? But this is the biology of decline versus the C60 miracle. The green is me, and the expected oxidative stress without intervention is everyone else. So you can see oxidative stress, the impact at 20 is like, 5%, and at 90% at age 80, because you're compromised. That's why there is a decline. You put more C60 in to energize those mitochondria. You can look at the mitochondria are kind of like the mortar that puts all the bricks, and fastens them together in a building, right? Without mortar, you just have a bunch of bricks and you're very susceptible of, toppling over the building. So the green is um, my chart. So if you can see, I'm according to ChatGPT, not just McNaughton or Tracy Wood, I'm actually decelerating my decline when I continue with C60. This is ChatGPT, right?
Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah.
Everyone, for any questions that didn't get answered, we'll be answering them in a Facebook group. Alex, thank you so much for being with us. And I'm going to introduce our next guest. Dr. Ann Shippey is a board-certified internal medicine physician, certified functional medicine practitioner, and leading voice in the emerging preconception movement, a new paradigm that views the months and years before pregnancy as the most powerful window to influence a child's lifelong health. A former chemical engineer at IBM, she brings a rare systems-based and data-driven approach to uncovering the root causes of illness, infertility, and chronic disease. Her new book, The Preconception Revolution, A Science-Backed Path to Your Fertility and Generational Health by Forefront Books, provides a groundbreaking roadmap for men and women to prepare their bodies for healthy pregnancies and optimize generational wellness. Through her Austin-based medical practice and online programs, Dr. Shippey has helped couples conceive healthy babies well into their 40s using science-backed protocols, advanced lab testing, and precision functional strategies. Her expertise has been featured in NBC News, Good Housekeeping, Goop, Mind Body Green, and in the documentaries Supplements Revealed and Mark Hyman's Broken Brain. A sought-after speaker on national stages, she has presented to thousands at TEDx, Paleo FX, Dave Asprey's Biohacking Conference, and other leading wellness events. With no further ado, welcome, Dr. Shippey.
Oh, thanks so much for having me.
Welcome. There we so close. Hi, Dr. Shippey. It is
Hi.
so wonderful to be with you for this next time so that we can explore your expertise and offer it to our audience. I wonder if we could start off with something that tickles me. You're very much a polymath. And so I wonder if we can introduce you first to our audience and speak to some of your experience, because you're not what many people would expect as a medical doctor. And I say that because you didn't start off as a medical doctor, professionally speaking. You started off as a chemical engineer that worked at IBM. So I wonder, before we dive into epigenetics and the power people have in a very quick sense over changing their health, I wonder if you can offer to the audience a bit of your background and talk to how being a chemical engineer, having a lot of experience in tech, has informed and inspired your view of medicine and how you practice.
Thanks for that question. It's been quite a journey.
Yeah.
I loved being a chemical engineer because I got to do some really incredible work for IBM around actually environmental practices. I got to work report into a plant manager that really understood that we needed to be leading the charge with getting some of these really toxic chemicals out of our manufacturing environment for both the employees, but then also just for our environment. So I was getting to lead these incredible teams of engineers to lead the industry in circuit board manufacturing, to make dramatic changes in how we produce the electronics, and just do it so much safer. So I thought I was going to retire from IBM, after 25, 40 years of working for IBM. And then suddenly I had a huge wake up call. I went on vacation, and when I came back, I was so sick that my employees thought I was dying of cancer. I just could not figure out what was going on with me initially, and went from doctor to doctor, and I really felt like I was going to die, and was being offered Band-Aids, had tons of tests done on me, but no answers. And so I had to take it into my own hands. And started reading and researching. It was before the internet. So I was doing a lot of, collecting information, trying it on my body, seeing what worked, and then also went outside the traditional medical model. I went to an acupuncturist, a nutritionist, a very forward-thinking immunologist, and really anything that made sense to me. And I finally put my body back together and felt good again. And literally one morning woke up at like 4 a.m. and decided that what I really wanted to do with my life was to go to medical school. I was in my early 30s, and I wanted to do medicine differently because I didn't want people to go through what I had gone through, where they weren't getting answers and really could tap into their body's ability to heal. Yeah. And so it was quite a journey to do med school and residency in my 30s. And then when I got done with residency, I had my first son in med school and my second son in residency, so I was kind of tired. So I went and I had these two little ones that I wanted to start pouring into. So I went into traditional internal medicine practice, which was what my residency was in. And a couple years in, I got sick again, which was great because that got me like, okay, wait, I got to get back on my path. I developed a couple of scary autoimmune disorders. I had pretty severe Sjogren's, so bad that I couldn't wear my contacts and I really couldn't have a conversation without having some gum or a mint or something in my mouth. And then my blood test showed that I had antiphospholipid antibody syndrome, which means I had an increased risk for having stroke, heart attack, all the clotting disorders. And of course, as an internist, I knew my options for treating those things in the traditional model was not, it was very limited, might work on some of the symptoms, but wouldn't get to the root causes. So that's when I found functional medicine. It was finally on the map and started doing that more in-depth training of, getting back to the biochemistry and physiology and nutrition and knowing the microbiome and the mitochondria and detox pathways and all these things that helped me reverse my autoimmune disorders.
I admire the combination of curiosity and aligning with what you want to do that brought you to where you are. I find oftentimes that tends to inform the best medicine, in that there's a personal awareness of the humanity behind it, but then there's a novel approach to how you think about it. Because when you think about a lot of doctors, their path tends to be, do your life sciences, do medicine, and sometimes that can dampen curiosity and dampen this idea of how do we truly get to healing, as opposed to how do we memorize what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in medical school, we don't get taught to think that way. So even for doctors that are curious, unless they go on to do the additional education to really look for the root causes, it's not a tool in their toolbox. They just don't know. In fact, one of the things that I just got to do is I was assigned to the Texas Governor Abbott's Texas Advisory Nutrition Board. So it just happened. It just started this week. And one of the things on this committee we get to do is really look at medical education and continuing medical education for physicians and other healthcare providers. So it's really an exciting time because there is this opening to start to really think more about how nutrients play a role in our biochemistry and physiology and the environmental toxins that are coming in on our food, because it's really such a big problem.
Yeah. I admire as well that you saw your own instances of illness as an opportunity to understand body better and to heal beyond your current state of health, like appreciating that your current state of health leading into those illnesses contributed to it. So getting beyond just the illness, but also to the point of recovery. And I think that offers a little bit of a segue into what I want to start exploring, which is a huge part of your practice, is the idea of epigenetics and the idea that what we do will inform how our body is expressing now or in the future. Before we dive into some of these ideas and how quickly and powerfully they can shift our health, for our audience, for especially those who may not be familiar with this multisyllabic word that is epigenetics, in simple terms, can you talk about what exactly epigenetics are and how our daily choices go into what epigenetics are and how it informs our health?
Yeah, this is such an exciting area of research. I got interested in it over 10 years ago. Actually, one of the lectures at the functional medicine conference even made me aware of it. And as this whole field of genetics is taking off, which is also such an incredible tool, right? We can, those of us, the whole genetic, like learning my genetics and starting to find the workarounds for them has been such an important part of my feeling more robust now in this later decade of life than even in my 20s and 30s. But with, so those are the what we're born with. We're born with our genes. But what's so exciting is that there are each little dials that get dialed up or down, turned on or off, and that we have a huge, huge impact on how our genes behave. And that our day to day choices can make such a huge difference in whether those genes are creating more inflammation or more problems for us, or whether they're really operating smoothly. And and the researchers that look at this have done such an excellent job of putting that data together. And then it's people like me that are so interested in this that we can, pull from these researchers and put programs and plans together to help people to know whether what they're doing is actually optimizing things or not. So, from a fertility standpoint, it gets really easy to explain what's happening because if you think about the egg and the sperm, they're each passing on a strand of DNA. The epigenetic information gets passed along with them. So it's like a little time capsule that the mom and the dad both contribute to, and can have either really positive implications for the health of the baby and future generations, or negative. So things like how much stress the parents have going on, whether there's trauma, what the nutritional status is, how well the mitochondria are working, what's going on with the microbiome, whether they're having good blood sugar. The toxin levels are huge. The epigenetic impacts of that, the toxins going into the time capsule, have a dramatic effect on not just the development of the fetus, but the health of the future child, maybe even their fertility, their risk for cancer, and even subsequent generations. And especially around this children's health crisis that we have around obesity and autoimmunity. So I think when we talk about it, when it applies to fertility, it's so easy to understand. It's so much easier to understand than in our own bodies, because it also has such an impact on our risks for the things that we don't want to be getting, the dementia, the autoimmunity, the cancer, heart attack, stroke. The epigenetics really help us to stay healthy and have the longevity that we want.
Yeah. So this to a certain extent speaks to so for example, I see a lot of people in my clinic and we talk through their DNA, and something I speak often to is, while you may have an increased risk for perhaps maybe cardiometabolic disease embedded in your genes, that does not mean you are going to get or experience that. Just like in the flip, right? I can also say maybe you don't have that risk in your genes, but you potentially can develop it. And so what I'm hearing from you is epigenetics in the personal sense, meaning the decisions I make, but then also in the ancestral generational sense of decisions that my parents, my grandparents, the world, in that, like, whatever stresses they may or may not have experienced, all of that goes to inform our DNA and inform the way our health and our expression is on the day to day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you're making me think about my mother's family in particular. She was one of nine. They grew up on a farm. They're just eating healthy food, and they they have all continued those. My mom is 95. Um, Seven out of the nine are still alive. And when I look at my 35 first cousins, almost all of us are like relatively healthy, probably because of the lifestyle that our parents had when they were in their 20s and 30s. It probably made such a huge difference for us. I feel very grateful for that.
Yeah, yeah. In that your experience of health is not only what you did, but what your parents do, and to an extent, when we look forward, what you do for yourself will also impact children.
Yeah, and that's really what I want to inspire anybody that's thinking about starting or growing their family, that
Mm.
this period, the 3, 6, 12 months, especially before conception or trying to conceive for both the man and the woman. Like I think
Mm.
women get it a little bit more just because they at least have a
Yeah.
conversation around starting a prenatal and,
Yeah.
you know, how much fish are you eating and some things like
Yeah.
that. Um, but what's so exciting is the data coming through on men now that their
Agreed.
epigenetics can dramatically impact the health of the pregnancy, like lower the risk for
Yeah.
preterm births, um, for placenta issues, preeclampsia, by their bodies being super tuned up, and then also have a baby that's got the dials of the epigenetics healthier.
Yeah. So I want to circle back a little bit and speak into many people who have joined this webinar today come with this idea of it's a new year, I have a goal, and I want to make sure we're not we impart the power of epigenetics as opposed to perhaps the doom and gloom. Because I can imagine there's going to be someone in the audience who says, my parents went through horrible things. They, for
Mhm.
reasons that were outside of their control, didn't have great. So maybe I don't have great epigenetics from them. And maybe my life has been rough. And so maybe I'm not infusing with good epigenetics right now.
Yeah.
I,
And that's such a great point because, and I know that even with such a good start that I had from my parents,
yeah,
like I think working in chemical manufacturing, having a mouthful of amalgam fillings,
yeah.
living on tuna fish, all the things I just didn't know at the time that were
Mm,
driving the overload of my detox pathways, having undiagnosed celiac disease for the first 30 years of my life. Yeah. Um, and then um, one of my last run-ins with my body where I had ALS-like symptoms,
mm,
where I got in a really bad toxic mold situation and
mm.
was having the fasciculations, the progressive weakness, the all the things that went along with those kinds of situations. What I want to say is, uh, even when you're in dire straits, I believe that it is often possible to really turn things around, that your body, when it's being given the things that it needs to be able to restore, and it's not being taxed by the environment
Mhm.
or low grade infections, those kinds of things, it's incredible the
Yeah,
recovery that can take place.
yeah.
So, and I think that's because of epigenetics. You know,
Mm,
we can dial in the things that really help our genes to do a better job. And I want to give the example on the genes that I think some people get so scared about is the ApoE4 gene.
please.
So, most people with Alzheimer's have an ApoE4 gene. However, most people that have an ApoE4 gene don't get Alzheimer's.
Correct.
So, so yeah, sorry. We have to think about what those epigenetics are. What are the things that can give that additional protection? And I so get back to food. I think that food has a dramatic impact on how these genes are expressed. And so there's studies like eating greens most days. So um, the kale, or not the
Mm,
kale is one of my favorites, but maybe bok choy or mustard greens, um,
yeah.
bok choy, those kinds of things actually help to regulate some of those pathways that help those genetics get kind of dialed into the background.
Yeah. And I'll offer to the audience that you don't offer any of these, hey, bok choy is helpful in a light way. You've been practicing for more than 25 years. And so that means more than 25 years of watching people go from very sick to better than before they were sick. So talk to me in terms of timelines, right? So if someone's
Yeah.
walking in and they're like, my
You're
parents
just
had it
making
rough, I had it rough.
you're making me think of an 85-year-old patient when you're saying that because
Yeah.
so I had this woman come in. I had helped her grandson and then her daughter-in-law, and then they're like, "Oh, we want grandma to come," which so it's so fun for me because
Family affair.
get to see multiple generations.
Yeah.
So she came in and she was like, "I can't really pick things up off the floor anymore. My brain's not working so well. I'm not winning at mahjong anymore, and I don't really have the energy to hang out with my friends. And I've just been seeing this horrible decline." And she was highly motivated because she had seen what happened with her daughter-in-law and with her son. So she's like, "Can you help me?" And so we really started with getting a solid diet in place. And then we layered on the supplements that we found that she needed through nutritional testing. And we treated some low grade chronic infections. Oh my God. The last time I saw her in the office, she was like, "I'm winning at Mahjong. I'm seeing all my friends again." And we were walking out and I dropped something and she picked it up quicker than I could.
Oh, I
So I
love
think that's where the hope is, right? So
Yeah.
even when you're not supposed to have the resilience to get better because you're past the age or you have something too serious that's not supposed to heal, when we start with collecting the data on what's going on in your body, looking deeper, looking at your genetics, looking at your nutritional levels, looking at your toxin loads, and really targeting our approach, magic can happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm grateful that the first example you offered and reached for was someone who was 85. My first practice was with an MD who is both an internist and then further focused in geriatrics. And I was shocked and saddened at the number of times someone who was over 70 came in and said, like, "Oh, I have this pain or this isn't working in my body." And outside of myself, a naturopath, and him, and a medical doctor, the reply that they typically got was, "Well, you're old, so here's some Advil, good luck." Right? It was this
Absolutely.
idea that the body stops healing once we reach this arbitrary age. And so
Well, and
yeah.
unfortunately, that's what's even being told to women in their 30s and 40s these days.
Yes.
Like, it's really not right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this whole conversation, sorry, I'm on a little bit of a rant today.
Please, please.
This whole
Here's a
idea,
soapbox. Have at it.
this whole idea about perimenopause as like that's the cause of your decline. Yes, there might be some hormone shifts, but what's causing those hormone shifts? What's causing those symptoms? Yes, perhaps in your 40s, a little bit of hormone supplementation will help you. However, there's something else underneath that. We have to be paying attention because you really should feel great
Mhm.
through the menopause period.
Yeah.
And we should be able to tune you up and not just band-aid you with the symptoms.
Yeah. And I would offer a little bit, and please confirm this, but a little bit of the power in what you're offering to the audience right now is I think when people often hear this idea of you can revamp your health and you can get your health better than wherever it was before, they think of this very far off, sexy medical science that is fringe and you have to be doing IVs and you have to be doing all these fancy things. And I don't mean to dismiss any of that. But what you just told me in this example with the 85-year-old woman is your first steps were not fancy, go do a plunge, go get a fancy IV, go do all this abstract testing. The first steps were A, meet with a doctor so we truly know your state of health. But second, let's pick up a vegetable. Let's pick up some exercise. It's this idea that, well, as sexy as science can get and as advanced as science and medicine can get, the we still start with basics, which is a hard concept to get because we want the solution to be more complex and fancy than it might be.
Think about it as like building a house, right? You have to have a solid foundation before you put the roof on. And so the fancy things like the hyperbarics and the IVs and the stem cells and the peptides, those are great options if you have the
Yeah.
finances to do that. But they're going to work so much better if you've got a solid foundation and you've got a good structure built for those things to actually really benefit you. So I kind of think, if you're going to put the resources into those things, you want to be, blocking and tackling first with
Yeah.
or, making sure that you do have all the nutrients to run your mitochondria and to methylate your DNA and calm down any inflammation, have a strong immune system, and then really prioritizing your sleep. So many parents are, burning the candle at every end, and that has some pretty serious consequences with how your hormones are um, produced and what your resilience is, and then exercise. Like it was so fascinating on writing my book on the role of exercise for men and sperm health. Like it's kind of crazy how important it is for men to be moving their bodies, to have healthy hormone levels, and to have the epigenetics of the sperm be healthy, and of course for women too. But it's some of these things with men sometimes are a little easier to measure.
Yeah. So I wonder if we could get practical for a second, because I think a lot of what your clinical practice work is this idea that over the course of 90 days, you can really shift your health outcomes, because you work in terms of fertility. If someone's coming in to say, hey, I'm looking to start a family, they're looking to start now, not in several years from now. So you really look at that kind of what can be shifted within 90 days. So talk to me a bit about, like, if someone wanted to undergo that practical shift within, the 90 days, what are three of the first top things that you are focusing on that our audience can take away and think about in terms of their next 90 days?
Yeah. And it's really well laid out in the book, but I have a low inflammation, high nutrient dense diet that I think is a game changer. So it's practically paleo, but we're just really focusing on high nutrient dense foods because um, the body responds so quickly to becoming fertile when there's an abundance of nutrients in the body for both the man and the woman. Like you can easily measure it with the sperm count, and I just see it in women's fertility. Like if I if they don't hear me on, you're going to get more fertile, we need to detox for 3 months, you need to use condoms or some kind of serious birth control. I've had it's kind of crazy how many people don't take me seriously on that and then end up getting pregnant while they're detoxing, which it all ends up working out, but it's not ideal. So, um, really giving yourself 3 months to detox is one of my most important things. And I love it when people can actually measure their toxin levels through a company like Vibrant or Great Plains and know where they're starting from. I recommend a very gentle but effective detox where we make sure you're methylating, that you have really good levels of glutathione. So using a liposomal glutathione, some liver support, and a bit of a binder. And it's kind of amazing how much you can get out of your body in 3 months. But then if you can layer in some infrared saunas and hyperbaric on top of that, if you have had some significant exposures, like I wish I had known before I had my kids, since I'd worked in manufacturing, and I just didn't know the things that I didn't know. And I think what I see with my patients a lot of times is that they think they're doing everything pretty well, but then there's hidden things that come in that they don't realize, like the PFAS, the nonstick surfaces are so much higher than most people realize because they're getting takeout food, or they've got a nonstick pan that says that it doesn't have PFAS in it, but then they're, I don't know. So, and what's so interesting is these same things that apply to fertility, because I know not everybody on this is thinking about starting or growing their families, but these same things apply to if you have an autoimmune disorder, if you have risks for cancer, heart disease. Like the links with these toxins and all the things that we don't want are so clear in the literature. So we really all need to be doing these things. But then back to the epigenetic piece, these toxins have massive impacts on how genes are being upregulated and downregulated to be optimal.
Yeah. I wonder if given your profoundly unique perspective in that chemical engineer with experience in the space of how do we clean this up and what is it impacting, and then separately as a doctor that works in how do we then clean it up within the body. there is an incredible, and I'm grateful for this growing awareness around how all these things will impact. And I think in parallel to that, there's almost a sense of defeat because the more we learn about them, the more we learn that they're everywhere, the more that we learn we have a credit card worth of plastic in our brain, the more that we learn, like, even if you live perfectly short of living in a bubble, and even then, you're not going to be able to avoid them. How do you approach and talk to your patients about this, in particular, people who are like, how do we address them without getting completely petrified of them and thinking we actually can't do anything?
Yeah. The I think it gets back to it is helpful to know your genetics, right? Like
Yeah.
if you so for me, I know I don't make glutathione very well. I know I
Okay.
don't methylate very well, and I've got a whole bunch of liver enzymes that don't work very well.
Mm,
So I just know I'm going to be doing detox the rest of my life so that
okay.
I don't have an autoimmune or neurological issue come back.
Mm,
And then I'm gonna make the changes that I can to the best of my ability each day. And there's some days that I do great.
yeah.
And then there are other days like if I'm traveling where I go ahead and drink out of a plastic bottle or a can. I know I'm breathing the jet fuel fumes because, sitting on the airplane and I'm like, oh, give
Mm,
me a mask. Um, or I'm in a situation where I have to do takeout.
yeah.
And then I colored my hair. And I love coloring my hair because I don't want to be gray.
Yep.
So there are times where I actually choose to have an
Mm,
environmental exposure, and that's when I do the extra work. I take the
mm,
extra glutathione, I get in the sauna or the hyperbaric. I do the things that I know I can do. And then the
yeah.
days that I can cook my own food and I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about what kind of pans they're using at the restaurant, um, I do that. And then
Mm,
I think one of the things that almost everybody can do is have an air filter in their bedroom, the highest quality air filter that they can, because the air pollution data is so clear
yeah.
that that's one of our bigger risks.
Yeah.
And then filtering our water as best we can. Like
Yeah.
you can spend 30 grand on a whole house water filter, or you can spend a couple $100 and put one on your
Mm,
counter.
yeah. Yeah. I without trying to like flow too much, like I see Um, the DNA 360 is the DNA company's offering to how do we understand genes. In particular, we have endeavored, and I think we do make accessible a lot of the genes that influence your capacity to detox. And I
Yes.
like what you just said, phrasing there is once you know how you make glutathione, how that then conjugates and actually pulls stuff out, because it's a two-step dance, how you know how you methylate, how you know how various phase one and phase two enzymes work in concert together, that can inform, I always say, like, are you a canary? I sit with you on the canary side of, right? It's just inevitable. It's going to have to be always something on the radar compared to, there's the blessed mocking amongst us that have great genes in that regard.
But I do think that the way that things are going, everybody's going to need to pay attention to this, and
Yeah.
especially people that have children.
Yeah.
Like children are so much worse susceptible to all of these things, and we have to be aware of what is in their environment to keep them safe and keep them
Yeah.
healthy. And I think we're all going to just have to really start voting with our dollars. Like I think we need to be wanting, if we're going to buy food that's, uh,
Yeah.
on the shelf, we're going to need it to be in glass rather than to be in cans or in plastic. Um, these frozen meals are probably not going to be a good thing to do on a regular basis, because that
Yeah.
any kind of plastic packaging that's frozen is going to leach into the food. The pesticides and preservatives that are being put in foods, the data is pretty clear that um, it over time is
Mm.
not aligned with a healthy body.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, um, while not trying to extrapolate too much, we're seeing the exposures, the impact on health, right? We see that perimenopause is coming down in age, right? We're starting to see women clinically flirting with consistently complaining of perimenopausal symptoms mid-30s, late 30s, we're starting to see cancer creep down and down and down. And so in your mind, part of this is epigenetics and toxin exposure.
It's a huge piece of it, along with the nutritional deficiencies. Like it's just really challenging to get the nutrients that we need to run our biochemistry optimally.
Yeah.
When I do in advanced nutrient testing, it's very seldom that people are in the optimal range on most things.
Yeah.
Even taking supplements and even eating clean, and especially if they're not uh, supplementing and eating the healthiest food that they can find.
Yeah. So some of the practical takeaways, if I'm hearing this correctly for our audience, is first and foremost, know your DNA, right? Know where you're naturally going to be susceptible. And so you can be focusing energy and health efforts a little bit differently. And then additional to that is the book, your book, which we have linked in the chat, is going to be reading that and thinking through what exactly does a nutrient dense diet look like and how can that shift my life. Even just, I love that it's time capped at 90 days. It's a very digestible period. And I like that you have evidence that, be it conception or just, I want my body to be better, this is an approach you can take to shift that.
Yeah. And I'm really alarmed with how women are, it's just being normalized. Oh, you're over 30 or you're over 35. You're going to have to do IVF. And that is not what I'm seeing. When women, especially if they have a partner that's also taking good care of their bodies, um, they're very fertile well into their 40s. And so I think if people are having trouble with their fertility, it's like the check engine light is on. And to go and do IVF is like trying to drive the car at 200 miles an hour across the country with the check engine light on. It does not make sense. Instead, you need to step back and then really look at, okay, well, what does my body need to be working more optimally? I was going to save the story for the end, but it feels like a good time to share it.
I love it. Let's hear
it. About a year ago, I had a woman come see me who was almost 47, and she has two older kids, and had met the love of her life, and they wanted to have a child together. And she had heard about me, and she just wanted to see, is it a good idea? You know, should I do IVF? Should I try? But she had a feeling that there were some things that needed a tune up in her body. So we took the month and we looked at her nutrient levels, her microbiome, her toxin levels. And we found some things that would not have been great for a healthy pregnancy. And so for 3 months, she did everything that I recommended she do. She was supposed to come back in and retest and make sure that things were okay. But they had one night that they were celebrating something, one night at 47, and got pregnant.
Yeah.
And she's about 7 months now. So
congratulations to her. Oh,
so
and you, but her especially.
she'll be 48 when she has this baby. I just talked to her this week. She feels amazing because she tuned up her body and was really good to go, like really topped off with the nutrients in just the few months, and best pregnancy yet.
Yeah. I love the stories you're offering because they fly against what we expect. The 85-year-old who's better now at picking up things than you are, and then the 47-year-old who got pregnant, I won't say by mistake, but in the sense of like she wasn't even in a headspace of that would be happening at that point. She was thinking this will happen a few months out.
Exactly.
Right?
She did not think she would be pregnant one night at 47.
Yeah. So I'd offer to our audience, please hear these stories in terms of this can be something that you have access to given the right plan, given the right information about your body, and then given the action that you can bring into play.
Our bodies are amazing. You stated that so well. I think we both see these what's supposed to be miracles, reversing the type 1 diabetes or the lupus or the inflammatory bowel disease, the ALS-like symptoms, Parkinson's. We see the reversals, and and can hold the hope and the light for people
Yeah.
to completely heal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's interesting. Our next talk that we're having two women on that really speak to how we talk to ourselves can shift the idea we have of a story and how that then in turn shifts health. And so, audience, I really want you to hear what Dr. Shippey is offering us in the sense of she is a medical doctor, a polymath who sits here and says, with a lot of experience in education, that with the right information, with the right plan, this is very possible. Right. Yeah. So, Dr. Shippey, before we let you go, is there anything any little tidbits that you would like to offer to our audience? Many of our audience have come here with this hope of new year, new me. What are your closing pearls for those that are hoping to shift their health?
So I would love some help in getting this word out to people. So even if you personally aren't starting or growing your family, please help me to get this message out to future parents that this is a very important time. The preconception time is so invaluable for helping to solve this children's health crisis. So, if you know of anybody that is struggling with fertility or even thinking about getting pregnant, please let them know that there are resources to help them to have a healthier baby. We have 1 in 31 children diagnosed with autism now, 1 in 22 in the state of California. We have increasing rates of autoimmunity, obesity, mental health, cancer in our kids. And we have to stop this. There's so much unnecessary suffering. And we like the data exists. It just needs to be pulled
Yeah.
together so people know what to do and how to do it in a way that is affordable and can really help them, and that IVF really isn't a great option. It bypasses what the body is saying to take a look underneath the hood. So there's a lot of information on my website. There's the book, and then we have a program that we're starting, an online program, so people can actually have access to the testing, access to asking me questions. So that's on the everybabywell.com website, because we really have to be looking after these future generations of kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. We'll ensure that audience in the chat, we are going to put all of the websites that Dr. Shippey just mentioned so that you have access to that. And Dr. Shippey, I want to thank you wholeheartedly for coming to SheSummit, offering your experience and reminding people that, even in when we're told you can no longer be healthy and or conceive, that doesn't have to be the story or the reality, that there's something that can shift there.
Thanks so much for having me. You're such a delight to talk to. I'm going to come hang out with you.
Well, I don't know. I guess perhaps you don't know this. We have very similar backgrounds. I have a computer science background and then jumped midlife to naturopathy. So
Oh, interesting. Well, I tried to do a little research on you, but I didn't find the computer science piece. So yeah, it's that problem. Like we like to get a lot of data,
yeah,
synthesize it,
yeah,
draw hypotheses, test things out, and figure things out, right?
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And I think we don't come from that conventional medical model in a good way, in a variety sort of way, in that we have a novel perspective of it. And we
Well,
see that systems founds everything.
and it sounds like you've had some teachings from your body too.
Yes, yes, ma'am. That's how we get there, right? And I think one of my current learnings and unlearnings, right, is very much this concept of it doesn't have to be unwell. Might be that Dr. Canary, or sorry, the canary in the coal mine, but it doesn't have to be that way.
Amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Shippey. I'd now like to shift to introducing our next speaker. Speakers, plural. So our next speakers are from New Avalon. This is going to be Laura Slynn and Kelly Oswin. Laura and Kelly are the co-founders of New Avalon, a graduate level training platform for coaches, practitioners, and leaders ready to integrate advanced neuroscience, trauma-informed facilitation, and identity level transformation into their work. With over 30 years combined experience across clinical social work, applied neuroscience, creative direction, and Values level coaching, Laura and Kelly have worked with thousands of individuals through one-on-one mentorship, group coaching, live retreats, and practitioner certifications. They certify coaches and practitioners across multiple modalities and are known both for their ethical, evidence-informed approach and for the profound miracle-driven results that facilitate through deep subconscious and cellular level transformation. I like this concept of miracle driven for New Year, New You. They are co-authors of the best-selling books Evolved NLP and Is Coaching Your Calling, and are widely respected for their translating deep inner work into clear embodied leadership. Their methodology blends neuroscience, neurosomatic tools. Audience, we're so close. It's going to be great. Neurosomatic tools, evolved NLP, and developmental theory to support next generation of ethical, impact-driven practitioners. Laura, Kelly, welcome to the stage. We're excited to hear how you're going to support our audience taking some of this inspiration that Dr. Shippey has offered us and how we can embed it into our body, into our action.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And we've been messaging each other in the background saying, oh, this is so perfect. And I love that we're talking about miracles. I have it tattooed on me, by the way. It says miracles come in moments. So yeah, I love that. That's
I love that. All right, I'll let you guys take the stage.
Fantastic.
Get our slides up.
So wild hearing everything sort of reflected back at us in that introduction. It's like, wow. So thank you for that.
So welcome. We're talking about the nervous system knows, healing the inner conflict between safety and success today. I'm Laura Slynn.
And I'm Kelly Oswin.
And as we mentioned, we're the co-founders here of New Avalon, and we're honored to be here with all of you at SheSummit's community and the DNA company. Today, we want to have a conversation about success, not necessarily from a mindset or motivation lens, but from a nervous system lens. Because for so many high-achieving women, this challenge isn't about a lack of desire or intelligence. It's an internal conflict between safety and expansion. So we'll share a bit more about ourselves in a few minutes, but right now we want to just dive right in and get started.
So with many of our talks and presentations, we will often start with a quote. And today it's all about talking about that trauma is not pathology. It is an adaptation. Right. So, who starts a presentation talking about trauma? Well, I guess we do. We're those super fun people that and maybe why we don't get invited to too many parties, but the reason that we feel it's important to talk about this is that we need to talk about safety. And if we're going to talk about safety, we need to address the barriers to safety and how they show up for us. Right. And we won't hang in this space and discussion about trauma for too long. We're gonna move through it, but we need to start here because this single sentence changes everything about how we understand ourselves, especially as women, leaders, and helpers.
Right? Because when something is an adaptation, that just means it developed for a reason. It means it was intelligent and it worked at least at the time. Yet so many people have internalized the idea that these patterns holding them back, hesitation, overfunctioning, burnout, visibility blocks, for some procrastination or that functional freeze means something's wrong with them. But what if those patterns aren't actually signs of dysfunction? What if they're just signs of a nervous system that learned what it needed to learn in terms of surviving? Because today we want to talk about that. We want to talk about what happens when the adaptations that once protected us begin to limit our capacity for success. And we want to talk about how healing doesn't come from forcing change, but from helping the nervous system update with what it believes to be safe.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we go any further into that, I want to pause and name something, name this for us all as we talk about trauma, because we're not just talking about those large catastrophic events, what's, more is often called the big T trauma. We're also going to be talking about little T traumas, and those are the quieter, more cumulative experiences that shape our nervous system over time. So sadly, those big T events, they're not uncommon, especially for women. And also for many women, trauma wasn't just a one singular moment, it was a pattern. right? It's a pattern of being perhaps unseen, being responsible too early, managing and regulating other people's emotions, or not having your own needs met consistently. And these experiences matter because the nervous system doesn't measure trauma by intensity alone, but by overwhelm without support.
So, if parts of what we're talking about resonate, it doesn't mean that anything is broken. It just means that your system adapted intelligently, by the way, to what it was asked to survive at that time. From a nervous system perspective, trauma is not an event that occurs, it's a pattern of response to the event that occurred. And those responses and those patterns live in our body, in our procedural memory, and in what the nervous system learned about safety, connection, and threat. So let's say you're struggling with not knowing what you're doing or knowing what you know, but not doing what you know. And what we're describing there isn't pathology, it's an outdated adaptation that just needs an upgrade. Now, women have adapted brilliantly to preserve connection, to regulate other people, to stay safe in their relational systems. And those adaptations don't just disappear because circumstances change.
Mm-hmm. And this is really where today's conversation begins, because when success in and of itself threatens safety, the nervous system will always choose protection over expansion. So we also want to name something specific for any practitioners in the room. Many of the patterns that we're talking about don't just come from early life experiences. They also come from what your nervous system has been exposed to, perhaps through your work. What we know is that health practitioners and helping professionals show higher rates of burnout than the general population. Up to 60% of clinicians reports symptoms of burnout. Compassion fatigue is actually a recognized occupational hazard in caregiving professions. And moral injury has been increasingly documented in healthcare, mental health, and in social services. So let's be clear, burnout, compassion fatigue, and moral injury, they're not personal failures. They're what happens when caring, they're what happens when caring it without enough support behind you, when responsibility outweighs your capacity. And when you're repeatedly asked to hold pain without, space to process it. And moral injury in particular is something that we don't talk enough about. The nervous system impact of knowing what care is needed, but being constrained by systems, by policies, or circumstances that make it impossible, it's really challenging. So when helpers begin to feel stuck, exhausted, or resistant to growth, it's often not because they lack desire. It's because the nervous system has learned that more responsibility equals more cost.
And your nervous system, when it associates success with more responsibility, and when it associates success with less recovery, then protection makes sense. If growth has historically meant more burden and less support, then of course your system is going to hesitate. The nervous system isn't resisting success, it's resisting the unsustainable cost that it believes success means. And that matters because we see so many highly capable women, highly trained practitioners still feeling stuck, burnt out, or plateaued, despite feeling like they know exactly what they need to do. So we get to work with women who are intelligent, trained, accomplished, and deeply committed to growth all the time. Many practitioners or coaches themselves, but we hear the same question again and again. If I know what to do, why am I not doing it? And yes, in case you're wondering, we've been there too, plenty of times.
For sure. Okay, this seems like a good time to share a little bit more about ourselves. Again, I'm Kelly Oswin. My background is in social work. I worked in social services for 19 years. I know it looks like maybe I started when I was 12, but but I was in that field for 19 years. But 15 years into my career was when I decided to explore a little bit more about myself. I had been in the field of helping, but really hadn't been doing any of my own work at that time. And so in 2012, I embarked on a journey to learning more about evolved NLP, which we're going to be talking more about, and more about myself. And as I did, my unconscious, unrepressed old information, seeking resolution about, some of the things that I had experienced in childhood. I come from a family of helpers. My father was a firefighter, which also came along with some post traumatic injuries. And we could see how the trickle effect sort of came about in that space. So I learned more about these tools and ways of working with people and learned how to integrate trauma conscious practice into what I already had learned through social work, and bringing that into the coaching world so that regardless of where we're at on sort of that helping continuum, that people are working with others in a really trauma conscious way.
Mhm.
My background is a little bit different. I came into this field from a completely different space. I was working in advertising and marketing in a creative role, doing creative direction. And I probably wouldn't have known or cared much at all about any of this if it weren't for the personal and health journey I was going through. So just sort of, so fascinating coming off of Dr. Shippey's talk, because my journey actually was a journey of infertility. And I had many, many years of terrible pain coming from my cycles, um, and what over time sort of became a diagnosis of stage 4 endometriosis. I think they're calling it stage 5 endometriosis now. It was that bad. My doctor was not young, and he sat on the board that made recommendations for pain and treatment for endometriosis. And he told me, you have absolutely got the worst case of endo I've ever seen. You have more scar tissue and adhesions across not just your uterus, but your bladder, your bowel, your entire abdomen. Your ovaries have no healthy ovarian tissue. Your fallopian tubes are completely destroyed and deformed. You have no chance of ever conceiving naturally. IVF with a surrogate would be a surrogate egg, or a donor egg rather, would be the only option for me, he said. And, that I would never be able to conceive or carry a baby. And I said, okay. I mean, like, that was terrible news. I sort of joke now that my womb was doomed, because we need to laugh. But it was a terrible thing to hear, but I'm also really stubborn and don't like hearing things that I don't like. And I said, can you actually say with medical certainty that it's 100% impossible? And he said, no, I'll give you 98% certainty, and I'll give you 2% room for miracles, hence the tattoo. Because at that time, I thought miracles maybe were just random things that happened to lucky people. But then I saw a Wayne Dyer quote, and it said, miracles come in moments, be ready and willing. And I thought, well, what does ready and willing mean? Is there something we can actually do to influence miracles in our body? And that sort of opened the door to a world of complementary and alternative healing and modalities. And I did like everything under the sun at the time. This was 2009, 2010 when I got that diagnosis. I mean, I did do a couple of medical treatments. I had a couple of surgeries that weren't successful. But if there was a diet, physical therapy, like every single thing possible that existed in the world of infertility at the time, or endometriosis, I was doing. And while I would say that I had an overall better feeling of just being in a healthy body, all of my ultrasounds and stuff showed that nothing was budging in terms of these 7 cysts I had, and in terms of the endometriosis or infertility, until I met somebody who talked. A friend of mine at work said, have you ever looked at like the emotional aspects behind this? And I was like, well, what do you mean? I'm perfect, because I was a perfectionist at the time, and a high achieving perfectionist at that. But I was open to everything, and I did some work where, through a process of applied kinesiology and muscle testing, my body identified that at age 16 there was something that happened that was blocking my fertility. And I was like, yeah, okay, something happened there, but I'm over it now. And while I was over it consciously, my unconscious was hanging on to it. And so my content warning is in place here that I'm going to share, just very, high chunk without any vicarious trauma. But I lost my virginity to a rape when I was 16 years old. As a result of that, I actually became pregnant. I was a high achieving perfectionist as a teenager too, and that didn't fit the ideal of what my life was going to look like. I was also terrified and from an Irish Catholic lineage, and I chose at that time to end the pregnancy. And my parents found out about it, and they were super supportive, which was surprising to me and shouldn't have been. But there was a lot of trauma in my system in a very short period of time that my parents begged me to get some help with. And I said, absolutely not. We're going to pretend this never happened. There's no sense, thinking about the past. All I can do is move forward. Please don't talk to me about this. I'm good. We're good. And I moved on. And, that probably worked for a while. That was the way that my system carried that. But 15 years later, with my body screaming at me every month, it wasn't working anymore. And that is where this work sort of showed up for me. And the thing is, I didn't do a lot of like cathartic reprocessing. I did 2 sessions. One session was, just naming where the event was. I did some forgiveness work in that session, mostly forgiving myself for what I thought, I had for the mistakes I thought I had made. And then I went and I did some sacred rage work. And then I did some work to clear emotions like rage and shame, and the belief that I was undeserving of becoming a mother was a core belief operating subconsciously. Consciously, I totally believed I deserved it. Anyways, long story short, I did this work, and within a couple of months, I wrote down a goal that said on October 7th or sooner, I'm healthy and capable of achieving and maintaining a pregnancy. I chose that date because it was my last medical, second, third, I think it was the 4th opinion at that time. And I knew at the beginning of that appointment, they would do an ultrasound to measure the size of my cysts and determine if surgery was possible. And if surgery was possible, then maybe IVF would be possible, because that's what I was banking on at that time. Instead, what happened was I started to feel really, really sick around the end of September and really, really nauseous. And so I went and I picked up, all of the sticks, and I peed on a lot of sticks, and they all said that I was pregnant. My fertility clinic nurse called me after doing the blood work and said, you're either much further along than you think, or maybe you're pregnant with twins, but you're definitely pregnant. And I said, okay, and she said, and as much as we have reason to be excited, I do need you to come in for an ultrasound. Our records say that your tubes are deformed. We need to make sure that this pregnancy is an ectopic. And I went in, and on October 7th, they booked me for an ultrasound, which was a miracle in itself. And I sat down, and not only did I not have to look at my damaged body anymore, this is the part where I get emotional. I got to see my now 14-year-old gigantic son's Brady's heartbeat for the very first time. 36 weeks pregnant, I was like, I can't possibly go back to living the way I was living. How is this possible? How have I seen the best doctors in this field and in this country, and nobody has suggested that past trauma could have affected my physical body? So I quit my job and I started to do freelance creative work. I took all the courses I could to become a coach in neurolinguistic programming and quantum tools. I had Brady in 2011, and I started my business as a fertility coach in the beginning, working at a fertility clinics with their patients. And by 2015, I realized that I loved this work so much that I wanted to teach it to other people. So with my trainer credentials, I started Avalon. And Kelly joined me in 2019. Incidentally, I sat down next to Kelly on day 1 of our practitioner training, and we sort of knew by lunch that we would be changing the world together. But it took until 2019 to get that formally in place. And the rest, as they say, is history. And I have a second son as well, who is 9 and a lot of fun. Kelly and I have written a couple of books together, including Evolved NLP, which we talked about and we have copies of to give away, as well as Coaching Your Calling. We've had some opportunities to run some amazing events and to partner with some amazing events, speak on really beautiful stages. But by far the most rewarding part of all of this is the people that we get to work with, and the coaches and practitioners that we get to work with and certify on an everyday basis, people who we love very much and are really honored to get to hold space for. All right.
Yeah, so you might be wondering, what is NLP? Some of you may be familiar with it. Others may not. Well, when it comes to NLP, the N in NLP is how we process the world through our brain. Linguistic is the language that we use with others and with ourselves. And programming is the unconscious patterns that run your thoughts, emotions, and behavior. So when most people think about NLP, they think about persuasion, but what they miss and what we've experienced with NLP is that it's actually about modeling, installing excellence, and we've really layered in how it gets to the root of things that are going on for ourselves. You'll see NLP is utilized in places of business, politics, sales, public speaking, personal development, education, therapy, and of course, coaching. Okay. And just so you know, NLP it was created in the 70s by Richard Bandler and John Grinder. But that being said, we really wanted to update it. And as Laura says, it's really about the user's manual for your brain.
So, if DNA gives you a user's manual for the body, then this work can give us the user's manual for the brain. That's often how it's described. But I want you to imagine this. You have all of this fancy new software, all of these apps that, we might have on our phone or our high-end tech devices. But imagine trying to run that software on one of these like dusty old DOS systems or an early PC or loading it onto a floppy disk. Realistically, we know that everybody here knows that that is impossible and that that's a realist or a ridiculous thought to entertain. Yet it's precisely the relationship most people have with their brain and with their unconscious mind. We can't run the software for happy, healthy, and wealthy on a system that's full of old programs and, that needs an operating system upgrade. So we think of the tools that we get to work with as the operating system upgrade for us to be able to run those new programs and new software for the things that we want to be actually achieving and doing in our lives.
Mm-hmm. Now, our particular brand of NLP is what we term evolved NLP, and this is what we believe in and how we teach it. So it's ethical first and foremost. Using the force for good, as we say. For impact-driven leaders, within evolved NLP, we acknowledge the 5+ senses, so beyond just the 5 senses. Really nuanced. We honor paradox. So it's more of a both and approach to problem solving as opposed to an either or. Spiritually inclusive and practical and applicable to today's world. Facilitating connection with our true authentic self. Integrating alchemical forgiveness. Incorporating developmental psychology and spiral dynamics and values levels. Socially responsible and trauma conscious model is what we work from for leadership and empowerment. And we use specific tools for integrative neurosomatic coaching.
So earlier we said trauma is adaptation. And adaptation can leave biological traces, right? And stress response, gene expression, and also in nervous system regulation. And this is why we believe biology and belief have to be addressed together, because trauma, especially, early years or developmental trauma, say somebody likely isn't going to recall those memories. And we shouldn't. And we see people going on these almost like subconscious witch hunts, looking for all of the details around what happened to them. But we don't need that. And we don't need to relive our old stuff in order to heal our stuff. Memory fragments can get activated. Images, smells, or sounds can activate, the system or its beliefs, and behavior gets activated there. And we can work with what's presenting and clear at that level. And quantum time release, or QTR, is one of the ways that we do that. Okay. So QTR works with emotional memory. It updates the body's timeline, and there's no content required, meaning we're not going back to look at things again, and no re-traumatization. And so say for somebody like me doing, this work to release, shame or a belief that I'm undeserving, I didn't need to go back and re-traumatize or relive what had happened in order to do that. So we use QTR to release the weight of unsupportive emotional gestalts like anger, sadness, fear, guilt, and shame, to correct what we call inverted truths, or what people talk about as limiting beliefs. like I'm unworthy, I'm powerless, or I'm not enough. We also use this in terms of installing goals in the future, and releasing attachments to outcome. I believe actually that my level of diagnosis being there is no hope was really good for me, because it meant from a fertility standpoint, I wasn't putting all of my eggs in one basket, pardon the pun, or relying on one round of IVF to work for me. I just, sometimes like I couldn't be attached to an outcome or a how because they didn't give me one. Anyway, we also use this tool to release and unhook trauma and phobias.
Mm-hmm. So the question you might be asking is, how do we heal the conflict between safety and success? And if you know what to do, then why isn't it working? So that last question tells us something important. If information alone solved a problem, none of us would even be here. Insight, although insight is valuable, but insight alone doesn't create change, right? Insight doesn't equal integration. Awareness doesn't equal safety, and willpower doesn't mean regulation. So you can have all of those things and still struggle. So this isn't a mindset problem or a discipline problem, because if it were, awareness would have fixed it already. So something else is happening underneath the surface.
Right. So the nervous system has a job, and the nervous system's prime directive is to prioritize your core needs. And guess what? Your core needs, from its perspective, are not making a bunch of money, being super successful or gorgeous, being happy in all areas of your life, or being fulfilled. In terms of the nervous system, it says, well, those are nice to haves, but they don't rank as high on the list as things like survival, safety, predictability, attachment, belonging, and connection. Your nervous system doesn't prioritize success because it's too busy constantly scanning for cues of safety or threat outside of your conscious awareness. And it will trust that which it survived in the past, even if what it survived in the past was unpleasant or even traumatic.
Mm-hmm. So again, the nervous system doesn't block success, it protects safety. And this is adaptive intelligence. This is how adaptive intelligence looks in women in particular, right? Many of us learned as women that connection is survival. So best not ruffle any feathers, right? Or visibility is risk. So better not attract too much attention. Caretaking can make us feel valuable and safe. So make sure you're regulating others first, even if it means that your needs are being ignored. So those types of lessons, they don't just disappear just because circumstances change. When we talk about adaptive intelligence, one of the most common expressions of that intelligence is overfunctioning. Overfunctioning develops when the nervous system learns, if I stay capable, if I stay needed and emotionally attuned, then I stay safe.
So Terry Cole is a psychotherapist, a coach, and an author who wrote a really fantastic book called Too Much, A Guide to Breaking the Cycle of High Functioning Codependence. And her work, and it might hit you with one of those, man, awareness is a bitch moments. I know it did for me, is actually really extraordinary, because she names a pattern that looks like strength on the outside, but comes at a real cost internally. So she said, like, high functioning codependence. And this is not about being needy or about being dependent. It's about being hyper capable. It's the nervous system saying, I'm going to manage the environment here so that nothing falls apart. So a high functioning codependent is going to feel safe when they're needed, will anticipate others' needs first, regulates emotions in the room, can struggle to receive or ask for support, ties their worth to their usefulness. Terry Cole says high functioning codependents appear strong and capable, but often overgive, overfunction, and self-abandon. This pattern shows up constantly in helpers, in practitioners, in therapists, healthcare providers, and those in leadership roles. High functioning codependents will often develop in environments where the emotions in the environment weren't reliably regulated, where needs weren't consistently met, or where responsibility just arrived too early. And the system then adapts by becoming incredibly perceptive, incredibly capable, and super self-sufficient. the important part here, okay? This is not pathology. It's just a nervous system strategy to preserve connection and predictability.
Exactly. And I'll get you to flip one more slide there, Laura. So here's the thing. If you believe that your belonging depends on usefulness, expansion can feel unsafe, right? And here's where this connects directly to success. For someone with high functioning codependence, success can feel very destabilizing. Not because that you don't want it, but because it changes relational dynamics, right? So success can mean you're no longer the one holding everything together, or others feel uncomfortable or threatened by you. You need to receive more than you give. Boundaries become more and more necessary, and power replaces caretaking, right? So, if your nervous system learned that belonging comes from being needed, then success, especially visible success, can register as a threat to connection. Right? People talk about, oh, you're afraid of failing, or you're afraid of success, but you aren't afraid of success. You're threatened by it. And what you fear is disconnection, isolation, and unsafety.
So again, this is protective intelligence. And what that can look like is overfunctioning, because overfunctioning protected attachment, hyper attunement preserved safety, and self-sacrifice reduced conflict. So the strategy makes sense, even if it's limiting growth. But let's talk about what we can do with all of this, because trauma conscious coaching doesn't say stop being a codependent. It says, well, of course, this strategy developed. What did it protect you from? Because when we can understand high functioning codependence as protective intelligence, we can see where the shame lives from an observer's perspective and then dissolve it, and choice then becomes available again.
One specific example of protective intelligence is what we call secondary gain. And secondary gain is when the gain of having the problem outweighs the pain of having the problem. So in coaching and psychology, this is about a secondary benefit or a secondary gain. The idea that a problem persists because it's doing a job for us, and that job is often at a very unconscious level. So what's happening is a need is being met through having the problem. And if that need is a core need, then it doesn't matter how much you want to change it. The core need needs to be met because core needs are non-negotiable. The system is loyal. So this is the trauma conscious coaching reframe. If a pattern is repeating, it's protecting something. I think we spend a lot of time, unfortunately, beating ourselves up about self-sabotage, but the nervous system is not sabotaging anything. It's being loyal, right? So when we're training coaches, this is one of the first things that they discover when working with people in a detailed intake. What is the client system protecting? What is the unconscious payoff to having this need met this way? And what is a healthier way to have that need met consciously?
This is one of those things where sometimes an example can really help understand it. So I'm going to give you an example of a little girl I worked with many years ago. She was 11 years old, and she was brilliant, but she was coming to me for help with what she called episodes. Okay, so she was having trouble with what presented as anxiety or panic attacks, and then the associated meltdowns. And I said, I believe I can help you, but we need to figure out what's going on with these episodes. Are they doing a job in your life? And I gave her an example. And she said, oh, I definitely think I know what the job is, Laura. And I said, okay, what was it? And she said, well, my mom's been really sad lately. And now when I come home from school, she doesn't even get out of bed anymore, but she used to always be around. She would have snacks for me after school. She spent a lot of time with me, but now she's sad and she doesn't do that. But if I'm having one of my episodes, she snaps out of it and she's there for me. She takes care of me. It's the only times right now that I actually feel close to her is after an episode. Ding, 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 ding. Like this. Told you, she's brilliant, but she nailed it. So what did we have to do? We had to figure out a new way to get those core needs for connection and attention from her mom met consciously before we addressed what was showing up as a symptom. The good thing is here, mom was also working and getting some support at the time for some major stuff she had been through. So, she understood this too, but we sat down and we made plans for her to have some quality uninterrupted time with her daughter. while they managed what she was processing. And then I used the tools in the Evolved NLP toolkit to do some deeper work with her, knowing that we'd be successful because we'd met those core needs in a new way.
Mm-hmm. So another example that we can give you of protective intelligence is what we call parts. Okay, we all have parts. It's in our everyday language when we say things like part of me knows I'm capable and part of me doesn't believe that I have what it takes. So on the one hand, I'm so sure of myself, but on the other hand, I have all kinds of doubts. So if we chunk this up into two categories for the purpose of today, we could talk about like our visionary part and then our protector part. And we have more parts than that, by the way. But these parts are functional, become functional blockages. They're often formed by significant emotional events. We call those C's for short, and often they're traumatic ones. So we inherit parts too as a part of adaptive and protective intelligence. So we all have parts, and these parts, depending on how and when they're formed, those parts have boundaries and they hold their own set of values. They own their own set of beliefs and they own their own set of behaviors. So every act out of character, if you've ever acted out of character and kind of wondered like what just came over me, that would be an indicator of a part. So if you've ever felt a huge amount of internal conflict within yourself, it's usually parts. And the more parts or the stronger presence a part has, the more conflicted we can feel internally. It's like having an internal government, and every part has a vote in how we show up and the results we do or don't get. So the good news is that those parts, even though they may seem problematic, carry a higher positive intention, one that matches the intention of our system or our higher self, if you will.
Now, some of you might be familiar with Richard Schwartz's internal family systems, or IFS, and that's all based on parts work. Interestingly, NLP parts integration actually predates IFS. In our Evolved NLP program, we have a method that we call quantum parts integration, and it's one of the most powerful tools we have for doing this neurosomatic work. We use it with a process of energetic clearing, deep forgiveness work, and in a parts integration, it might be a matter of only 10 minutes or maybe 60 minutes. And these parts that have been kind of running the show get to dissolve back into peace and congruence. So that makes it one of our favorite processes because the release is so powerful. As Kelly said, these parts, they're part of the unconscious, they're part of the nervous system. And as a whole human being, you may value things like, say, sovereignty, purpose, communication. But parts from the past that formed as those significant emotional events, they have their own boundaries to them. They have their own memories, their own values, and their own beliefs. And when those parts are activated, they run the show. So if a part believes it's unsafe, or it can't speak up, or it's unlovable, or not enough, then it might value things like conformity, invisibility, safety, and shrinking. But what we want is for that part to remember that before the C, before the significant emotional event ever happened, it was once part of a larger whole. And in parts integration, we start inside the part and move beyond the boundary of the part to help it remember its wholeness. Okay. I think we have time to do just a little experiential thing before we wrap up with parts, if we'd like to do that.
All right. So this is something that that we a lot of our practitioners use this technique. We want to give you guys like Laura said, an experiential opportunity. So for those of you that want to engage in this, please feel free to, but absolutely your choice and decision. But what we're going to do is take a moment to address some of the parts that you may be experiencing. And how we're going to do that is start off by inviting you to close your eyes. Okay. And as you close your eyes, let's take a few quiet moments to just come home to yourself and taking some gentle breaths. And this is a short, just gentle practice to meet the parts of you who may still feel unsure, resistant, or even protective, and offer them a space to soften. And again, if you haven't already, if you want to choose to close your eyes and find your breath, taking a slow, deep inhale And exhale. A little more softness than usual. And just let your body settle. Feel the support beneath you. And now just imagine there's a younger part or a protective part, a part of you that is stepping forward.
Now, this heart, it might be holding fear, it might hold doubt, or the feeling that it's not safe to receive, or not safe to rise, or maybe not safe to rest. Just notice what it is that you sense. Is there an image or a feeling, or maybe you notice your posture?
Mm-hmm. Does this part look or sound like someone you know? Perhaps a parent, a teacher, a partner, a protector. What does this part believe? What story does it still carry?
Now, you might hear something like, I'll lose everything if I let go, or I'm not allowed to shine, or success isn't safe. If I need less, I'll be loved more. Whatever the words are, just let them show up if they show up. Good. And now, can we offer this part a moment of compassionate witnessing? Just observing, no fixing, no forcing.
Mm-hmm. Just, I see you. I hear how hard it's been. I understand why you believe that. And now gently ask, is this story still true for who I am becoming? Is it time to update the message? And if it feels right, offer this part some forgiveness. Forgiveness for the protection, or forgiveness for the strategy.
Forgiveness for not knowing what it didn't know, for not knowing any other way. And then offer yourself forgiveness too. And say, I forgive myself for not knowing what I didn't know. And follow that with some gratitude. I now thank this part for trying to help me survive. And with gratitude, I now invite it back into integration to remember that it was once part of this larger whole, and invite it back into integration with love.
Good. And now take another breath. Let it be a breath of reconnection. And let this part know what your whole self wants now. To receive without guilt, to lead without sacrifice, and to thrive without apology.
And now, when you're ready, with a deep breath of gratitude, we're going to invite you back into the space, into the room, and into the now. And into remembrance that the truth is you don't have to fight parts to move forward. We just need to listen to them, love them, and lead them back home.
Mm-hmm. All right. And we're just going to move right into the next segment because we have a little bit more to share with you. But we do want to move into that discussion about the impact of biology and belief and the importance of how they work together. It's why we're so excited about aligning our work together with the DNA company. Genes matter, as we know. We've been hearing about this all morning, that they influence predisposition, sensitivity, stress responses, inflammation, how resilient and reactive the nervous system can be. They don't just operate in isolation, though. Beliefs matter just as much. You heard this also from Laura's story, and not just beliefs as affirmations, but beliefs as meaning-making systems. Okay, beliefs form through our experiences, through what happened, and most important, and even just as importantly, as from what didn't happen. Through how the nervous system learned to interpret the world. Right. Epigenetics shows us that experience influences expression. Trauma research shows us that overwhelming experiences, especially without support, leave biological traces. So coaching psychology shows us that with these traces, they often show up in identity level rules.
So if insight opens the door, safety makes transformation possible, and understanding is essential, because integration is what transforms. So with that said, I think it's time for us to wrap up, and we want to say thank you. Also, let everybody know that we do have a course called An Introduction to Trauma Conscious Leadership. And we have a code for you to get that for free. I think it's normally sits at $297, but we've got a code, and I think that's going into the chat for everybody. But yeah, that's us. And thank you for the time today.
Yeah. And actually, you won't require a code today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here's the link.
Thank you so much, Laura and Kelly. That was awesome. We got some great feedback in the chat on that, so thank you so much. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Now, keep in mind when you are listening to our next speaker to pay attention to what she's saying, because there's an amazing offer that you guys can take advantage of, which if you total up what's the discount between the de-aging tests and off the retail of the Prolon kits, the L-Nutra Prolon kits, it's $1,000 off. So pay attention to all the awesome stuff she's about to tell you, and then pay attention also at the end for our offer. Ashley Bizel is a registered dietitian and is an outcomes-driven health professional, registered dietitian, and certified diabetes care and education specialist with over 15 years of experience in clinical nutrition and chronic disease management. She is a member of the ADA and ADCES. She currently serves as the Director of Clinical Nutrition and Global Training at L-Nutra Health and the medical division of L-Nutra Incorporated. In her role, Ashley leads a team of clinical dietitians in delivering evidence-based nutrition coaching, develops curriculum for clinical programs, and spearheads global training initiatives for internal teams and external partners. She works closely with the Chief Medical Officer to drive the organization's mission of improving metabolic health and advancing type 2 diabetes remission through innovative nutritional interventions and lifestyle medicine. Ashley's expertise encompasses a wide range of areas, including nutrition counseling for weight management, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, critical care, and renal disease. After a decade in hospital-based clinical practice, she shifted her focus to preventative care, leveraging lifestyle innovation and telehealth to combat chronic diseases. Since joining L-Nutra Health, Ashley has witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of combining cutting-edge Nutra-technology with personalized lifestyle interventions to improve metabolic health outcomes. Ashley earned a Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Human Nutrition from Clemson University and completed her dietetic internship at Winthrop University. Ashley, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Steady. It's wonderful to be here with you all today. And I'm excited to talk to you about something you may or may not be familiar with, but I want to make sure you understand how it works for you, because we do have this incredible deal, this partnership with the DNA company, so that you can take advantage of that and experience the improvement in your metabolic health for yourself. So I'm going to share my slides here with you. Bear with me just a quick moment. And hopefully it is up and running now on a larger screen. There we go. I know the summit is new year, new you, but I also want to say it can be a younger you as well. So we're going to talk about how the fasting mimicking diet can shape your biological age. It's interesting. A lot of people they come to our company looking to use the fasting mimicking diet to impact their metabolic health. Perhaps they're looking to best treat their diabetes and come off of medication. Maybe they're looking to lose weight, but a lot of people are really interested in longevity. But the longevity conversation needs to change. And what I mean by that is that women are living longer, but not necessarily healthier. The lifespan doesn't necessarily equal health span. I don't know about you, but it's not so much for me about how long I live, but how long I live feeling good, having the energy to do the things that I want to do, get down on the floor with my grandkids or travel. That's what I mean by health span, having the energy to do things that you want to do in life. But chronic disease, it often begins very silently in midlife. So this energy, this cognition, this metabolic health and muscle matter now so that you can see improvements in your health. Metabolic dysfunction accelerates aging. And if you're not familiar with that term, kind of metabolic or metabolism dysfunction, it really is caused by chronic overnutrition, poor sleep habits, chronic stress, inactivity. These can all play a major role in how your metabolism changes with aging. And in fact, those can lead to increased inflammation, increased insulin resistance, loss of metabolic flexibility over time. And women are uniquely affected just from hormonal shifts, that hormone transition and age-related muscle loss that happens. And these all play a big role in how our bodies age and how it affects our biological age. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is our biological age and why it matters. So our biological age reflects how our body's functioning. I like to think of it as the age of our cells. It's not about how many birthdays you've had, but about how well your body's able to fight disease and improve or fight the inflammation and the resistance. So all of these things here that you see written on this slide impact our body's ability, the cellular ability to heal, to repair. You know, our cells, they have to help us with energy and help us with digestion. They impact our everything in our body. But the good news is that biological age is modifiable and improved health is achievable for you with fasting. So let's dive into fasting. Many people are familiar with fasting. Intermittent fasting is probably the most common. We're going to talk about prolonged fasting today. Fasting is evolutionary. You know, our ancestors had to fast due to famine, lack of access to food, many different reasons. And our bodies are they're adaptable. We're built, in fact, to function in fasted states for survival and resilience. And actually, you may have been first familiar with fasting, just hearing it maybe associated with different religions. Many religions practice fasting. It's a universal thing, in fact, but prolonged fasting is where we really see this cellular rejuvenation and renewal. But in this modern day and age of 24/7 access to food, we can DoorDash anything, sipping on sugary beverages all day. We just don't allow our bodies to get the metabolic rest that it needs so that it can heal itself. So there was clearly a need for innovation in this space because prior to the fasting mimicking diet, really the only way that you could get that benefit is with water. And that's challenging. I would be the first to admit I don't think I could do a 5 days worth of water fasting. But Dr. Walter Longo, who's a professor at the University of Southern California and also in Milan, is the creator behind the fasting mimicking diet. There's 25 plus years of research in this product, over $48 million in research grants, a $36 plus million of NIH funding, so government funding and patents across the globe. But it was created out of a need to help have a prolonged fast safely with nourishment, making it more accessible for most people to be able to do and do well. It's an interesting story that I'm just going to talk about off the fly. It's not in my slides, just so you understand a little bit about how it even came to be, because I think this is fascinating. Dr. Lungo was studying a population of people in Ecuador who, from an outward appearance, were shorter in stature and a little overweight, not necessarily that you would think they'd be protected from diseases, very common age-related diseases like diabetes and cardiovascular disease. But as he looked in to research what was different here, found out they have the Loran syndrome, which is a deficiency in IGF-1, which is one of the nutrient sensing pathways. When we overeat, we're triggering these nutrient sensing pathways like IGF-1, mTOR, PKA, and that when we were not triggering that IGF-1, there was decrease in these age-related diseases. So they're directly related. So that's really kind of the backstory of how Prolon, as you see here, came to be. So you see an image of this box, a very well organized box with 5 smaller boxes inside. It's a 5-day program that essentially tricks your body into thinking that you're fasting, giving you the benefits of a prolonged fast, but letting you still have nourishment. In fact, I like to tell people we're not a fasting company, we're a nourishing company. It's very specific macronutrients and ingredients to help kind of evade those nutrient sensing pathways that I mentioned so that your body can go in and clean up. So that's why we refer to it as fasting mimicking. It's not so much about the decrease in calories, because it's not even a significant decrease. At least on day 1, it's about 1,100 calories. But it's about those specific macronutrients. So we're not triggering those pathways. You may be wondering, what is inside the boxes? So each day you have very specific amounts of food, and everything you need for that day is in that one box. There's soups of various different flavors. There are nut bars that are cold pressed. They're really yummy, delicious nut bars with whole ingredients. So you can feel really good about these almonds, macadamia nuts. There's pecans. There's snacks, real olives, actually delicious, imported from Italy, and kale crackers. There's a choco crisp, which I love because I enjoy chocolate. But there's vitamins, there's supplements to support what you wouldn't be getting in your normal diet, and then teas, some caffeine-free herbal teas. The one last ingredient that's not in day 1, but it's in days 2 through 5, and I'll explain why it's there, is called the L drink. This is a very special drink within the kit that's dosed based on your weight. In fact, it's the only thing that is unique from person to person what they consume with this kit. Everybody gets the same one, regardless of size, height, etc. And this L drink is glycerol, something not really recognized by the body unless we're in the fasting state. And you sip on it slowly, dose based on your weight, something to give you a little bit of nourishment, some glucose for the brain, just to tell your body not to release muscle mass. What's really important with our metabolic health is body composition. So during these 5 days, we're going to help you lose visceral fat, but maintain muscle mass. And that's where that L drink really comes into play, is to help with that. So again, how does it work? As you see here in this graph, we're just giving you just enough that you're not triggering those nutrient sensing pathways, those that usually detect and then tell the body what to do, how to use energy, how to grow, repair, etc., so that your body can go into cleanup. And the fancy word, the official word for cleanup, is autophagy. If you were to draw a line right there between the O and the P, auto meaning self, phagy meaning eat, it's our body's way of self-eating, self-cleanup. I want you to think about it as like your own kind of internal recycling system. what we're doing is we are eating up misfolded proteins, mitochondria that might not be quite correct, cells that are misfunctioned, and the body will go in and use those for fuel, and we will replace new parts with old parts. In fact, in 2016, the Nobel Prize was awarded to Yoshinori Osumi for the mechanism of autophagy. This was shown to really have an impact on decreasing inflammation in the body, improving immune function by improving gut microbiota, and that's where that cellular rejuvenation and renewal occurs. So let's discuss what happens. What's going on in your body during these 5 days, the journey, so to speak, of these 5 days. Day 1 is the fasting state. That's where you're really transitioning from burning glucose as your main source of fuel, as your body usually does, to burning fat, ketones, fatty acids. That really happens on day 2. In fact, you are in a mild state of ketosis during these 5 days, but that's not really what it's about. It's about autophagy. And as you see, that's there in the middle. That's where the cellular cleanup happens. That's where the fat burning continues. That's where it can send signals to the body to repair. And this metabolic, this rest of not eating so much food and having specific macronutrients is where that rejuvenation and renewal can occur. And as you see here, day 6 and beyond, but day 6 is a really important day. That's because our cells, I want you to think of them as like sponges, and we've completely wrung them out, and they are ready to absorb nutrients. So that day, especially when you do this fast, I want you to fuel with good foods. What I mean by that are whole foods, things like berries, things like nuts, healthy fats like olives or avocado, or even whole grain breads, complex carbs like quinoa. Could even have some, low mercury wild caught salmon in the evening, roasted vegetables, a big salad, garbanzo beans. These would all be great foods to fuel your body with on day 6. So when we think about autophagy, I want you to think of it like this. The fasting really initiates the autophagy process in your body. But refeeding, refueling with good foods is what completes it. One cycle, one kit is beneficial for your body on its own, but cycles of fasting can really have a greater impact. And we'll talk about why this image, which I think is so impactful, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. It shows you what cycles of the fasting mimicking diet can do. And in fact, this was a study. It was a 12-month study using the fasting mimicking diet, 1 5-day period each month. So a total, I guess, of 60 days in that calendar year, they were using the fasting mimicking diet. But look at the difference here. So this is an MRI image. Imagine a transverse cut across the umbilical area, across your belly button, and we're looking up into the abdominal cavity. In the back, this kind of gray area, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but that's your spine. And I'll orient you a little bit. The green area is visceral fat. Visceral fat is metabolically active fat that can be harmful to our bodies. As you see, surrounding that is red, and that's the muscle mass. And then on top of that, on the outside, the bluish color, that's subcutaneous fat. We may not like the subcutaneous fat, but it's not dangerous to our health like the visceral fat. But this is what I want you to notice. Over cycles of fasting, look here, at 6 months, we've reduced the visceral fat, we've preserved that muscle mass, but the whole circumference is smaller. And then again at 12 months, again, the visceral fat's reduced, that muscle mass is intact, staying strong, and that waist size is even smaller. So clearly they've been able to increase their or decrease their belt buckle, or maybe they even need a whole nother belt size here. So it's that using cycles of fasting to reduce visceral fat will have such a positive impact on your overall metabolic health, but keeping the muscle mass strong. Muscle is so important. It's our good metabolic tissue, and we need it for health span. This is also, I like to call this the blue man, but it's a really interesting slide talking about all the impacts that the fasting mimicking diet can have on your body. In fact, just in December, the first human study of autophagy was released showing that autophagy begins on day 3, validating the research and studies that we had done in the animal models, that day 3 is that magic day where things begin. But the fasting mimicking diet affects cells. So we cannot target just one area of the body. It's an all over body cellular rejuvenation and renewal. Here on the right, there's a reduction in neuroinflammation. There's an improvement in chemosensory perception. This is really interesting. And studies have shown that with obesity, there's a loss in taste and smell function. And cycles of the fasting mimicking diet can improve that. That really impacts our quality of life and how we taste and enjoy foods, which is a really unique component there, something that we didn't expect to see doing research. There's improvement in cardiometabolic factors too. And that particular article that's posted there in clinical endocrinology, they did cycles of fasting and compared to the metabolic diet, a diet that is healthy, that we even would promote to incorporate in between cycles of fasting. And what they found in the controlled group, 120 days of metabolic or Mediterranean diet versus 20 days of the fasting mimicking diet, was that muscle was preserved with the fasting mimicking diet group. In fact, 3 pounds of muscle was conserved, which is incredible. Think about going to the grocery store, buying a pound of ground beef. Think of 3 of those. In those 120 days, that Mediterranean diet group lost that much muscle mass. I don't know about you, it is hard to gain muscle. I have to be very intentional and strategic with protein and the foods that I eat after strength training to really build muscle mass. So it's something we want to hold on to. It's something we lose naturally as we age. So it's very important that we engage in activity to help build muscle mass. As you can see here, there's promotion of beta cell function in regeneration in populations with diabetes in the animal studies. But I see it in our programs, people that their insulin resistance is improved and they're able to come off of some of their diabetes medications and improve their overall quality of life and eliminate some of the burdens. Here on the left, you see remodeling of gut microbiota. That is our immunity powerhouse. So we want to fuel it with good foods. Restoring renal function in those with kidney disease, reducing liver fat and visceral fat. I even know of several transplant centers across the country that use the fasting mimicking diet to improve liver fat prior to donating their liver. So it's really the impact, as you can see, it's an all over body impact. And let's not forget skin. That's our largest organ. There's improvement in skin texture. I've even seen images side by side. You can see improvement in fine lines, and that is because the cell, the hydration of the cell is improved. So everything is impacted. What one pill can you think of that has an impact on all of these organ systems? I can't think of any. This is something our bodies know how to do. We just need to give it the opportunity to do that. We're here to talk about biological age. A new year, a new you, and as I mentioned at the very beginning, a younger you too. We had a study that was published just two years ago showing that only 3 cycles of the fasting mimicking diet in a calendar year reduced biological age by 2.5 years. And then you couple that with several years of doing the fasting mimicking diet just 3 times a year, so 15 days, can have this ongoing positive impact on your body, lowering hepatic fat, increasing that lymphoid to myeloid ratio, which is an indicator of your immune age. It's something easy, something simple you can do to improve your health. And in fact, as Dr. Steady mentioned in the very beginning, there's a special offer going on right now. So if you are at all interested, this is the time to do it, to incorporate this into your body, into your routine, in fact. So I want to say that the fasting mimicking diet can have such a positive impact on your biological age. It can improve your insulin sensitivity. It can reduce your inflammation. It can improve your metabolic markers. There's better energy, better clarity, and an overall better relationship with food. At our company, we have programs that people will use to do cycles of fasting and to get some encouragement and support in between, and also what to do in between cycles of fasting. With the DNA company, you can get these incredible labs, do several cycles of fasting, and then labs at the end so that you too can track your biological age. You can see those metabolic markers move, which is incredible to watch that A1C change, to watch your glucose improve, to watch your liver enzymes improve and your renal function improve, and your lipid panel too. All of these things are impacted by just one, what I like to think of as an interventional tool, the fasting mimicking diet, that you can easily implement into your routine. Dr. Steady, these are my slides, and I didn't know if you wanted to, or Dr.
Kosterman.
Kosterman, hello.
Bonjour.
I didn't know if you wanted to ask any questions about the actual fasting mimicking diet itself, the process, the science. I would love to be able to address any of those for you.
Well, I firstly thank you for this presentation. I'm grateful that you captured different points with which this can be helpful, really envisioning people that fasting is not just for those that are sick or well. It supports across it supports across the spectrum. And I think it's so neat that this one thing brings together awareness that we know, for example, in autoimmune, fasting is one of the few things that most people with autoimmune conditions sit there and they're like, I feel great. Right. And also for cancer, we know that this is something we leverage. So I want to, in more practical terms, I want to kind of prepare people for those that are interested in doing this with us. What should they be expecting? Because I will offer most people when they hear you don't eat except for maybe a few nut bars over the course of 5 days are going to self-select out and go running for the hills. So talk to me about what is the actual experience?
Yes, no, that's a fantastic question. As I mentioned, there's 5 days,
Yeah.
and everything is very precise. Everything is laid out for you exactly what to do, but you get a meal card that gives you some structure on when to have certain items. Now, know that there's autonomy there. You can adjust what time you start eating. You could eat later. You could rearrange the foods, but we want to stick to the box. So on day 1, you get 2 honey nut bars. There are 2 soups. There are olives. There's a Choco Crisp bar. There's the almond kale crackers and teas. And there's some guidance on how you could use it. But as I mentioned, you can adjust. Now, one thing I would say to anybody that's going to do this, everybody says, oh my goodness, what about coffee? What am I going to do? It's still going to depend on for my,
America's
just
favorite
to get
drug.
through the day. That is something that you can have outside of the box. So up to 8 ounces. In fact, we just want to limit caffeine to no more than 140 milligrams. And that is because too much caffeine can trigger you out of the fast, can trigger cortisol, in fact. And so we want to make sure that you get the full benefit, especially if you're investing this time and energy in yourself and going through this process. You want to make sure you get the benefit. So then days 2, 3, 4, and 5, very similarly, you can still have that 1 cup of coffee. You want to stick to the box. And then the difference is that L drink. I actually have one right here on my desk. I'll share with you all. But the back here has the weight, and so you know exactly how much your body needs, as I mentioned, to preserve muscle mass. Now,
Okay.
one really common question I get during the 5 days of the fast is, can I exercise?
Mm,
I would encourage you this week when you do the fast to take it easy. It's the best time to just rest,
mm,
walk. You know, I know sometimes exercise is not even just about calorie burning for us, it's really about stress management and helping us sleep.
yeah.
I would encourage you to walk, stretch, do some light yoga. Those are all really, really beneficial. But just like caffeine can trigger you out of the fast, so can exercise, especially something like a HIIT workout, something high
Yeah.
intensity.
Yeah.
And not to mention, too much exercise just might make you really hungry. And that might make it a little more
Yeah.
challenging to get through day to day. So I would encourage you to just take it easy with
Yeah.
those. We want you to stay hydrated.
Okay.
So in addition, drinking about 32 ounces of water is really important too. So we want to give our body the ability to do all of the cleanup that it can. In fact, that's why we even allow for a few more days. That's why we don't just stop after day 3 when we know autophagy happens.
Okay.
In that study that was published in December, it shows that, and I see a comment there, a good time for
Tai Chi.
Tai
Yeah.
Chi. Yes, it very well could be. Um, but autophagy continues on for a couple of days. So that's why we don't cap the fast until day 5.
Okay.
But it can even happen beyond as you start to
Mm.
refuel with good foods. It can happen on for another day or 2 there.
Okay.
So um, it's almost like it's this nice kind of easy process on the body. We want to rest and give our bodies the ability to just do all of what it needs to do to
Yeah.
clean up. So, but I think cycles are best.
Okay.
And so that with the program with your company, this is going to be fantastic
Yeah.
for people to get this opportunity because can't get all the cleanup done in one cycle. So
Yeah.
having this period of fasting and then um, refeeding, and I would suggest even 25 days in between cycles is really a good time frame in between,
Okay.
and then doing the fasting again, and then refeeding, and then fasting again, refeeding. So it's a great way to really see this kind of full body cleanup for yourself.
Yeah, and to remind our audience, the idea, we all love to be armchair scientists, and that's what we're offering you through this DNA company Prolon joint venture, is 2 kits where you're able to take your DNA aging. So we're not talking about calendar age, we're not talking about times around the sun. We're talking about how, on a very cellular level, how old your body thinks it is. So we're offering 2 of those tests, one that can be taken before you start this all, and then one that can be taken afterwards to see that shift, to see that difference, especially for those data trackers out there. And then in between those tests, we have 3 Prolon kits that, Ashley, if I'm hearing you, you're suggesting those 3 kits happen over the course of 3 months. So we do 5 days of fast. There's a 25-day kind of, you can enjoy a normal life. I'm using some air quotes there. And then you wash, rinse, repeat 3 times, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, if you have medical conditions that you are working on, you could do more.
Mhm.
But I would say for you know, the healthy person that's just looking to improve bioage and longevity, I do 3 to 4 cycles per year for myself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I would recommend for
I think,
anyone.
yeah, absolutely. Um, I guess my next question is going to be, so we have a wide variety of people that join within the DNA crowd, and some of them come in with chronic illnesses, some of them come in with a blank slate, and some of them come in perhaps with allergies. I wonder if you can offer to me, is there anyone or any grouping of people that should be mindful and maybe check with a doctor before they undertake this? So perhaps if, I guess, talk me through, is there anyone that should be cautious of joining into a program like this?
Yes, no, that's a great question. I would say anyone that has a GFR less than 30, I
Okay.
would not recommend this.
Okay.
If you've had a recent MI or a heart attack, I would not recommend this. AFib, I think it would be a conversation worth having with your cardiologist.
Okay.
We wouldn't want you to do this if you were pregnant, of course, or breastfeeding, where we need those additional calories. It's not the time to fast. You can do it in the future.
Yep.
We don't recommend fasting for under the age of 18.
Okay.
And or over the age of 70, unless have spoken with your physician and just had that
Okay.
approved. So
Okay.
those are the main ones. But I have lots of people that do really well. In fact, we've had over 1 million users use this successfully. And even in the programs, as I mentioned, I lead a team of RDs in a program structure using the cycles of fasting and lifestyle medicine. We see a lot of people that have had diabetes for 20 plus years. And they would love to be able to come off of medication. And I can see them go into remission over, a period of 6 months, some 12 months. It's really incredible. I always think of it as amazing science that have such impact. And as you mentioned, cancer and autoimmune disease, they're not specific programs for either yet, but there is fantastic research. In fact, I think there's 48 clinical trials. I do work with a lot of women that have PCOS, and they use this to help improve that resistance prior to maybe trying to conceive or even just to improve their health. People with high blood pressure that are able to come off of medication. So just getting your body in this better space will just have such a positive long-term impact.
Yeah. So I'm hearing unless there's kidney issues, known kidney issues, unless there's a recent heart attack, right? We have to work with our doctor before this is appropriate, or you kind of fall in the two of those age brackets. This is something that is approachable and accessible to anyone. I wonder if you can give some counsel or some advice. We have a lot of women. It's a She Summit.
Yes.
Some of these women are still menstruating. And when I think through fasting, I'm always, I'll put this more in terms of time restricted eating, because that tends to be the
Sure.
trendy sort of fasting right now. So
Yes.
audience, when I say time restricted eating, that means you've chosen a feeding window during the day. Typically, this tends to be between 8 and 12 hours, and then you've chosen a fasting window. And I know that people with periods, sometimes that's not always helpful. It's not something I always encourage. So, Ashley, I wonder if you can give a little bit of counsel to women who have periods still. How are we thinking about working this into the cycle?
Yes. Great question. And you made me think of something I didn't mention earlier that I wanted to just speak to briefly about the difference between kind of time restricted eating and prolonged fasting. As you mentioned with time restricted eating, it's an eating window, might be an 8-hour window, a 10-hour window, but prolonged fasting, that's something that we consider when you fast for greater than 48 hours. So that's kind of how I differentiate those. And I didn't mention too, you had asked me about allergies. The product is gluten-free, it's dairy-free, but for someone that has nut allergies, this would not be the product for you. So that's another one I forgot
I
to
just
mention
learned
as
that.
far. Yes, that
I
would
just
also
learned
be
that.
someone I would recommend not doing this. I've had some people try, they just can't do the honey nut bars. There's a few things that maybe the almond kale crackers. So it can be done, but it's much more challenging and less calories. So you can still get into autophagy. It's just not quite as much food. So we
Won't feel
usually,
as won't feel as
yeah,
comfy. Yeah, I have some kits coming, so I might be amongst those that figure out the nut-free version.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. And I think that's something probably in the pipeline too, which would be great just to allow more and more people to be able to experience
Yeah.
the fast itself. So
Yeah.
back to your question about kind of menstrual cycle. I know there's different camps about fasting and the best time to do that. I generally recommend fasting right after your menstrual cycle. So in those first 2 weeks prior to ovulation, only because it's generally easier on the body. And then right before, where there's those hormonal shifts and sometimes we're just naturally hungrier, it can be a little more challenging. So I recommend those first 2 weeks right after your menstrual cycle.
Okay. I appreciate and value that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there, I guess, again, I come back a little bit to like when I counsel people, their idea of going into a fast, sometimes especially 5 days, even with prepackaged food, is scary. Do you recommend maybe that people do this together, or like what are some mental health tips as you go into it? Because I wouldn't want someone to kind of give up before they've even started, given,
Yes.
you've created these packages that make fasting really accessible, but I want to kind of break down a little bit of that mental barrier because
Yes.
we, especially in North America, aren't used to being told don't eat for 5 days or eat very little for 5 days.
I know the term fasting itself is scary.
Mhm.
It really is. And that's why I always like to kind of preface that it's a nourishing tool to give you these benefits because it's food. You're getting calories. A lot of people don't even feel hungry that first day. To me, day 2 or 3 are a little bit harder. And but then by day 4 and 5, I feel really good. In fact, I tend
Yeah.
to have more energy, and you wouldn't think that. But what helps that day 2 or 3 is fasting with a friend,
Okay.
fasting with a community. Maybe it's a
Yeah.
group fast. With the DNA company, many of you
Yeah.
doing that together. We have group coaching on our Proline site too. If you're continuing on beyond this special offer with the DNA company, it's helpful. It's helpful to see what people are questions they're asking, and you can commiserate together. You can motivate each other on.
Yeah.
But it helps. We actually even internally we do group fast, and it's actually time for us to do another one. But it
Yeah.
helps because even for myself, I have to sometimes tell myself, especially on day 3, that is the day I feel a little bit the hungriest. Okay, what is my why?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this? And
Mm.
what helps too is day 3 typically is the hardest, but that is also when the magic begins.
Mm.
So that's what I remind myself too, like, okay, I am doing this for autophagy. The cleanup is beginning now. The younger me is beginning now. This is why. So sometimes even writing down. One really fun trick I've seen people do is on their boxes, they'll even write motivational messages each day,
Oh, I like
just
that.
something to kind of see and remind yourself. And maybe it's a thing, maybe it's something a goal that you have for yourself. But maybe it's just an encouraging word or, there's so many things that you could kind of get creative with and put there, but it
Yeah.
is really helpful. So community is huge.
Okay. Yeah. I before I start transitioning into our next speaker, I think one thing I'll share this nugget of advice. I have a patient who is in his mid 80s, and we started fasting with him in his early 80s. And I was a little nervous because it's difficult again to tell someone calm down the food. And
Uh-huh.
what I learned from walking him through it is the first time will always be the most difficult because you don't know what you're getting
You don't
into.
know what you don't know.
You
Exactly.
don't know. And so there's more fear walking into that. But what he reported, especially this was after I think this third time he had done it, he's like, I am now anticipatory and wanting to do it because I know come day 4 and 5 how great I feel.
Yes.
And I also know the benefit I see later on in the month. So, to those who are considering signing up, especially with the 3 kits, remember the first one is going to be the rockiest. Create your tribe, work, align with other women who are going to be doing this so you have camaraderie. And then lastly, like it becomes a reinforcing habit because once you've noticed the benefit, you're happy about it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of, just to build on that just a little bit,
Yeah.
at the very beginning, I was talking about how, like, what happens with metabolic dysfunction. We're not able to go from burning different sources of fuel as efficiently. We can't go back and forth. And this
Yep.
really helps to train your body to do
Yep.
that. So
Yeah.
the more cycles you do, the easier it gets. And your
Mm.
body, it's like it can go from switching from
Mhm.
burning glucose to then burning fat. And so that's another reason why the cycles is really, really helpful. And it will get easier over
Yeah.
time. Not that
Yeah.
it's not doable. It's a little bit harder, but I think it's that kind of how am I going to feel?
Yeah.
And so having that friend, having that group, that community is really helpful there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Ashley, so very much for
Thank
sharing your
you.
insight and getting our audience jazzed up for this. Again, audience, we're going to put the link into the chat so that you can explore that offer. There's incredible savings that comes with this. And remember that while some people may want to be doing this over the course of 3 months, you're not bound to that. So long as you are bookmarking your tests with the DNA aging test so that you can see how far you've come along. Okay. Thank you so much. As we have a new guest speaker, thank you so very much, Ashley. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a wonderful day.
thanks. And audience, before we shift into our next speakers, I want to offer another deal that we have to you and those that have shown up to see She Summit. Audience is going to be great. We have another promotion exclusive to the She Summit audience. And this is a 2-for-1 deal where you're able to access some of our in-house coaching, in-house training to the end of your New Year's goal. We have a 2-for-1 deal when it comes to DNA Fit and DNA Food. We're going to put a link to this in the chat. Both of those programs are self-descriptive. The first one, DNA Food, you with your DNA 360 result, you're going to be working with a nutritionist to your own personal nutrition goals. This is a program where you are given time, coaching, and support with someone who knows your goals and knows your DNA to the end of whatever your goal is, be that weight loss, be that support of a chronic condition. It's all going to be there for you. And given we have heard time and time again in this webinar how important training is, I don't have a muscle there. I just like to pretend I have one. DNA Fit is with the most illustrious and well-known Felicia Bruno, who will be supporting training. And again, time informed by your genetics that motivate and encourage a fitness plan. With the combination of the two really is that community, that support that gets you to the point where you're seeing some of the changes, some of the new year, new you changes that you've been seeking. Okay, audience. Next, we are going to be jumping into a conversation with Ashley Koff. For those of you who keep up with the DNA Talks podcast, bonjour, Matel, you would have be familiar with her. We have had a conversation on our podcast. If you haven't listened to it yet, I do encourage you go in and give it a listen. Ashley Koff is the founder of the Better Nutrition Program, a nutrition course director for UC Irvine's Susan Samuel's Integrative Health Institute's Integrative and Functional Medicine Fellowship. She's a faculty member at the Integrative and Functional Nutrition Academy, where she teaches an integrative and functional nutrition approach to obesity and weight management. She is the author of the upcoming book, Your Best Shot, which is available this year. You'll be hearing about it soon. With over 25 years of practice, Ashley leads a transformative movement in personalized nutrition, turning better, not perfect, choices into practical, sustainable strategies that create meaningful health outcomes. Through patient stories and personal experience, she demonstrates that optimal health isn't just possible, it's essential to living a full life. Her work has been recognized widely. She is named one of CNN's top health makers. She's been featured in Styles, Hollywood's leading dietitians, and she's also been selected as a Weston Global Nutrition Ambassador. With no further ado, I welcome to the stage Ashley. Bonjour, Madele. It is good to see you back.
Oh, it's so lovely to be here. And since I've seen you, not only has Your Best Shot launched, but it hit the USA Today bestseller, #1 in medicine and #3 in health and fitness. So I'm so grateful to podcasts like yours and to people really, I think in this new year, new you conversation, everybody is looking in the year of the snake. Everyone's like, can we break up with weight loss and do what we're supposed to do? So thank
Adore
you
it.
so much.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm gonna jump off. Napita's gonna jump off. We'll let you take it
Perfect.
over. But
Thank
thank you so
you.
much. We're excited for this.
Wonderful. Great. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And just a reminder, everyone, I'm leaving some time for questions because I expect that there will be them. So please put those in the chat and we will be able to dive into it. I think New Year's resolutions are dumb. And I think they're dumb because when we say that we're going to do anything, or really when we put an intention out there that we want something without a smart goal, without making it specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, time bound, it just becomes a wish, that's out there. And as somebody who for so long wished that my belly would magically disappear, or very, disappear as it related to the things that I was doing, I really had to get smarter about it. So that's what my conversation is about today. Just want to remind everyone, I am not your healthcare provider. I am not your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm a dietitian. But I just want to remind us that this conversation is to give you insights about how you can action this yourself, or as I was hearing with some of the wonderful programs that are there, as well as with everything that's included in my book materials. So I thought what we would do today is actually start with understanding why the scale is a problem. Why is total weight just not a better measure of anything, especially health? And also why weight loss and weight management are actually problematic, because they literally aren't goals that we can achieve if we want to also be healthy. So we do want to flip that and understand, so what does my body need to run better if my goal is longevity or health span? And then let's look at how we can actually do this and hone in on meeting our weight health hormones. So I have had an incredible career. I'm so lucky to have, sort of hit a space and time and really being able to fulfill my life purpose with doing all of these things, including my most recent book. But you'll see at the top here, I always come back to, and I'm reminded, but these are a bunch of goat's milk carafes. And that's very important because I was actually my first patient. And so what I'm going to talk about today up front is very personal to me. What I also share in my book is really personal. I was a super strong, empowered young girl. I like to say I was a cross between Shirley Temple and Spanky of the Little Rascals. So I might be aging myself here. I don't know, any of you can shout out if you know who either of those are. And I was bossy, I was cute, I was strong, I grew up with brothers. And I say was because around age 8, even though I had this great smile and this great energy, my belly started to, my belly had been there, but it really shifted from being something that was kind of just cute and she's chubby, to something that I saw as problematic and society saw as problematic. I remember age 8 was when a young boy in my class who was a bully took me out back and punched me a couple of times in my belly, and called me fat, and just was really I think for me, he didn't call me dumb, he didn't call me ugly, he didn't, nothing. And so I was like, oh gosh, the thing that is wrong with me, or the thing that makes me weak or will make me weak, is this belly. So I got to get rid of it. And so I pursued getting rid of weight, and everybody, including medicine, really echoed that, oh, you're a healthy kid, but you have this weight problem. Well, we would look at that totally different today, thank goodness. And this has been really my work, where I was on antibiotics at least every couple of months, if not monthly, and then later on added other things. And in pursuit of losing weight, I became more unhealthy because I never addressed what the antibiotics were also dealing with. So, I think one of the things that I really want to point out to us is a society that separates weight versus health, or not even puts them in opposition, but just separates and talks about weight loss or weight management or obesity, where it's, this is a disease of weight, where you just have too much weight. They're missing what the body is actually trying to tell us, and they're selling. Okay. So I think weight management, weight loss is dumb, and it doesn't work. So when we do different things, we may lose weight or gain weight. I recall having been at Weight Watchers and going in and walking in, and very well-intentioned people would either high five and hug me if the scale went down, or they would just tell me to sit down, and they kind of look at you like, okay, we'll unpack whatever wasn't working or what you did wrong this week, because God forbid the scale went up, but what if it stayed the same? And it wasn't accounting for, was I lifting weights? It wasn't accounting for where my period was. It wasn't accounting for what was going on for me mentally or physically. We talk a lot about eating a lot of protein. We talk about, when we should eat, all of these different things to manage our weight. And it wasn't for me until 2004 when I first met GLP-1, the hormone that is inside of us. And for many people, it wasn't until 2023, 24, even now, when they're first meeting GLP-1 and hearing about it as a medication, that I started to understand why weight management and weight loss was so problematic, because our body is actually designed with an entire weight health ecosystem. It's designed with weight health hormones, as we'll see, like GLP-1 and others, that actually help regulate not just fat in our body, but muscle, bone, and some of the other things that we're going to talk about. But let's take a look at where we are. We are not all right. So if we just look at the numbers that society sort of looks at, 1 in 5 children is considered obese. So that's weight for height, and 1 in 5 are overweight. And when we look at adults, 9 in 10 do not meet the criteria for metabolic health. And this was before COVID, right? So this was in a time period, and this was also using very basic definitions of metabolic health. And what we'll see is the basic, just isn't better on that part. But 9 in 10, that's 90%. So we're not talking about those people out there, which is often how it's framed, oh, for those people that need a GLP-1 agonist, or oh, for those people that have, really need to diet and exercise better. 9 in 10 is all of us. Like, it's all of us, and it's all of us at different points in our lives. And I think we have to understand that. The other thing that's going on, I recall in 2011, I was speaking at the first Digital Health Summit at the Consumer Electronics Show, which is a big show in Vegas that was all about digital, tools and everything about consumer electronics. And this was the first year we brought digital health in. And so I was on this panel. It was Dr. Oz, myself, Jeff Arnold, the head of WebMD, the head of the American Diabetes Association at the time. I can see his face and I'm forgetting his name. And at that moment, I heard someone in a different conversation talk about how, with all of the technology, we're so information overloaded, and they use the term infobesity. And I just grabbed onto it. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's my patients. Y'all, that was 15 years ago. So in 2011, I was diagnosing the overwhelm of information in my patients as part of what was challenging them and their bodies. I recall myself like sitting there, like waking up and being like, all right, am I fasting this morning? Am I meditating? Am I going to be a vegan today? Like, am I going to put collagen in my coffee, or am I going to not? Like, and when am I going to have, like, all these different things in terms of like, what am I supposed to be doing? Because we're hearing all of this stuff, or we go into the grocery store and we're just like, whoa, like, yes, no, like all of these different pieces, or maybe we're on our apps, like, searching about stuff. So the issue is not access to information or even tools. We have more tools than ever. Practitioners, yay, like we'll talk about that. Non-practitioners or influencers, that also may be a yay. It can be really empowering to hear somebody else's story and understand that piece. Labs and wearables, it can be great to get information that our body is trying to show us. Research, it can be very helpful to understand beyond ourselves, like what, when we look at something in a bigger population, what does that look like? We're getting information about nutrition, exercise, meditation, mindfulness, supplements, medications. So we have all of this. So how come 9 in 10? If we have all of this, since I started my practice in 2000, why are we not so much healthier? And it's because we've been setting the wrong goals. We've been using tools to quote unquote fix things, but we haven't been fixing them better. We have created an understanding about our body that our body is not an ecosystem, but rather it's a set of systems. We have the digestive system, we have the nervous system, we have the cardiovascular system, we have the endocrine system, et cetera, et cetera. But we actually don't. What we actually have is one ecosystem. So think of a garden, right? And think of a garden. We don't just focus in the garden on just the soil, or just is there sunlight, or just is there water. We look at all of those and understand that when we water, it's going to do certain things. It may, if we overwater, it may push soil out and we may lose things that the plant needs. So we got to get that amount right. And we've got to maybe shift things when there's less sunlight in the year or more sunlight in the year, et cetera. And so we need to be thinking about that too. We need to think about our body as an ecosystem and understand that whenever we add something, or whenever we intentionally choose not to do something, that has impact on the body. And I feel that when it comes to weight loss and the pursuit of optimizing blood sugar, or the pursuit of addressing any chronic disease, or the pursuit of performance or fertility or anything else, if we don't understand the body as an ecosystem, we really create a lot of problems. So why weight health as opposed to weight loss? Weight health tells us a story about your body. That's what we're looking for. The total number on the scale does not tell me any story about your body, about your actual health. We might make up stories about it. We might be like, I was so much better as a human being when I was 135 versus 155. Or I was so much, people liked me so much better, or my clothes fit, or society might tell you that if you're a 135-pound person and you're 5'3", that actually you're normal, that you have a normal body mass index. Well, let's break up with all of that because it's factually untrue. And unfortunately today, total weight dictates who gets healthcare, who gets access to what kind of healthcare, who can join our military. Look, if we actually use total weight, if we use body mass index for the NFL, we literally wouldn't field teams every Monday and Thursday, which is when I think they play, right? So like we have to understand, if we're not judging our elite professional athletes, our basketball players, our, et cetera, based on BMI, why are we judging like everybody else on that part? We all want to be elite. Like our bodies want to operate optimally. That's the definition of elite. And we want to do that for as long as possible. So weight health is by definition where our weight composition tells us a story about our health. It's one signal, just like blood sugar, just like our cardiovascular health, just like how we sleep, just like how we poop, just like whether we have bags under our eyes, just like whether our hair is falling out, etc. And so the body is made up of fat, muscle, bone, water. The type, quantity, and location, and any changes that occur are signals. So I don't believe in something called vanity weight. I have a lot of people have said to me, oh, but people are using GLP-1s for vanity weight. And I've said to them, that is your weight bias. I never consider anything vanity weight. If you are a thin person who puts on 5 pounds, if you are someone who has more body fat and you put on 5 pounds, I look at you the same way. Why is your body putting on 5 pounds? That's the question that I need to answer. And what kind of 5 pounds? Is it 5 pounds of muscle? Is it 5 pounds of fat? Is it 5 pounds of, shifts in water, et cetera? So fundamentally today, we need a different approach. We need to break up with the weight versus health. And a weight health approach is going to be focused on our ecosystem, where the ecosystem overall tells a story and where lived experience is another part. So when I say to someone, eat until you are full, like someone said to me as part of my diet efforts when I was younger, that actually was great for me because it gave me permission to just keep eating because I did not feel full. Because antibiotics, as we will learn, were destroying my gut. And those infections that it was designed to be addressing and the antibiotics were keeping my weight health hormones from being activated and going to the brain in a timely manner. And so I had suboptimal weight health hormone function, the delay of which meant that my messaging didn't get to my brain and it didn't turn on the hormones to tell me to feel full. And my genetics were also at play there. So when we understand that, that's how we create personalized programs to optimize your weight health. And that's what we're here to do. Weight health has a different toolkit, a different scale. We do not look at the total number. We don't look at it daily. We get on maybe once a week and we look at fat, muscle, bone, water, if we have access to that. If not, we may look at waist circumference and waist to hip ratio. We may also have you do things like, can you carry the same amount of weight in terms of weights if you have access to them, or other things to see if we're building muscle or we're maintaining it. We may also look at how your clothes are fitting. We also have weight health hormone assessment. I make that free to everyone. Of course, it's in my book. I have created the first ever weight health hormone assessment because I can't tell you that we need to optimize your weight health hormones unless I know that yours are suboptimally functioning, right? If somebody goes on a GLP-1 agonist, a medication like Ozempic or tirzepatide, as we'll see, those are weight health hormone replacements. If they have any benefit from that medication at all, you have proved my theory that your weight health hormones were not working optimally. So I can use that, but I can also use assessment so that I can understand why and where are your weight health hormones not working optimally. We need SMART goals, as I talked about at the beginning. Not I want to lose 20 pounds, but I want to reduce the visceral fat that is in or around my organs. I want to stop my body from putting on excess fat. I want to stop my body from breaking down muscle or not building, breaking down bone or not building muscle. And the way I'm going to measure it is maybe using that scale, The way that I'm going to action it is by eating in a certain way, exercising, working on my sleep, but really first and foremost, as we'll see, working on my digestion. And then is it realistic? Well, I have to look at, is what I'm asking realistic for you? And when am I going to measure this and then pivot if things aren't working out? That's what we need to do. We do not need mass recommendations like eat more protein, eat more fiber, strength train more often, 10,000 steps. Really dumb amounts like the RDAs for magnesium that are still from 1997 for a 135-pound woman and a 166-pound man, that suggests that men need 20% more magnesium than women. Remember, one of the things that magnesium does is turns off contraction, right? It helps to enable relaxation. So if you're a woman who is having a menstrual cycle in that time period where you're having a contraction, if you've ever had one of those, I think you might say that you need at least an equal amount of magnesium as a man who doesn't have that going on. And additionally, the overall number is too low for everyone on that part. So we need to optimize these things. We also need to break up with a culture that's talking about foods versus supplements. We need to talk about total nutrition. We need to look at what your nutrition, your food and your beverages are providing you with. Then we look at your medications. Are any of the medications interfering with your body absorbing or using any of those nutrients? Are your genetics? That's a key part also. And then we look at supplements, and supplements can fill those gaps. Supplements can help us prevent those gaps when we make tweaks. And supplements can also be used therapeutically. Maybe we decide to use something as a supplement in place of a medication, right? To see if that's going to be effective for you. Maybe we use, as an example, pro-resolving mediators to help turn off inflammation instead of, say, Tylenol or Advil, to actually resolve it, right? Or even to reduce a reliance on aspirin, when I have an injury, or for, if I'm using that for pain. So those are going to be some of the ways that we look at supplements. And then when we look at our protocols, we need to make sure they're ecosystem protocols. So anything choice that we do has intended and secondary impacts. The intention of drinking 30 or 60 ounces of water might be to bring more water into my body. The secondary impact, if I'm running to the bathroom and peeing, or I'm especially waking up in the middle of the night to pee, is that I'm not sleeping as well. So I've got to look at both of those things. The intention of using a GLP-1 agonist may be to help the body have insulin work better, help the body's leptin and ghrelin work better, help the body's blood flow and blood pressure work better in arteries, help the body's inflammation come down. Like there could be intention behind it. The secondary impact, though, of it working exactly as intended, as it delays gastric emptying for a week, where your own hormones only work for a couple of minutes and it stays on for a week, could be that you have almost no hunger. So during the day, you're actually not eating, or you're eating so little, maybe you're suboptimally resourcing your body. You're not even giving it the lowest amount of magnesium, as an example. Or maybe you're not eating during the day and then you're eating at night, and that makes it harder on your digestion. Or maybe we're not pooping, or maybe we're on it and it's excitatory. It's helping me. I'm having this like kind of metabolic high that my patients talk about, but I'm actually not sleeping as well. My heart rate variability is not as good. So we have to evaluate all of this, and that's part of what we will do. So why is weight health a smart goal? Because we can get very specific in weight health, right? We can come in and we can say, all right, my body in this period of time is putting on this fat. I want to now start to see my body no longer put on fat. That would be goal number one. The second goal would be for my body to get rid of some of the fat that it has put on. That's a really important distinction. In weight loss, we start with the second goal. We start with I want us to lose, just a total number on that part. Why is that so harmful? Because if the body is doing something, if it is putting on weight, then we have to stop it as the first step. And then we have to figure out how we reduce what has been added. And therein, in figuring out how to stop the body from doing what it is doing, is actually where the majority of the big wins and what you learn about your body really lives. And we focus so much on that second part. So we've got to get really specific. Oftentimes that's in digestion, or maybe how hormones, like maybe in perimenopause or menopause, how hormone shifting are actually throwing, that off. We need it to be measurable. So we need to say, okay, I want to see that I am not putting on fat, but I'm also not losing muscle, right? Or maybe I'm even gaining muscle, which can lead to a very difficult moment on a scale where the number stays the same. Staying the same, as I talk about in my book, can sometimes feel like a huge failure, and yet staying the same can sometimes be the biggest win. So a lot of times too, this is really important, whether you're working with a coach or a clinician. In my book, I give us free access. This QR code takes you to it, to coaches who can provide that mirror back to you to say on that part, hey, that was actually a win. Don't see it as a loss, right? Too often when things stay the same, we see it as a loss, that we're not, like, something isn't working for us, right? A plateau, God forbid, right? And we're like, oh my gosh, why am I not losing? Hold on a second. Maybe the body is actually telling us it really likes what's going on that part. How do we make it achievable? We have to work with you specifically. It has to be deliciously doable for you. It has to be relevant, relatable, realistic for you, and it has to be timely. We cannot ask the body to be doing that while the body is also trying to heal, or is in treatment, or is trying to grow a baby, or while you're training for an endurance event, or some of these. So we have to make sure that we set the goal specific to the time. So when it comes to weight, I think the question everybody's posing today is like, well, don't we have a weight health solution? Like, didn't our friend, the Gila, I call her Gila, the Gila monster, didn't she deliver for us? In her venom, in her tongue, there is a peptide hormone, a chain of amino acids that is very similar to our own hormone that's in the lining of our digestive tract, GLP-1. And what they found is this is what allows a Gila monster to not be hungry enough for 30 days, that she risks going outside into the heat and into the desert where anything, could get her. And instead she stays inside in the cool and eats the fat. Operates, her body uses the fat and the tush. I'm always like, this is like every perimenopausal woman's dream, right? In that part. Well, what they did was they realized that, and they said, oh, well, let's come into a lab and see if we can replicate that. And they found they were able to, and liraglutide was born, and that was stayed on for a day. And then we moved to those that semaglutide, tirzepatide, retatrutide, which stay on for about 24 hours, for about 7 days long. And now we're back to a day with the oral semaglutide with Wegovy that's out there. So we're not taking Gila monster's venom. We're taking what has been made in a lab. It's synthetic, but it is biosimilar to our own hormones. And that's really, really important for us to understand, just because I think a lot of times people think these medications are these like other things out there. They're not. They're designed after our own body. Our body recognizes them. When we put them in there, they go right to the receptor sites all over our body, light up these receptor sites, sometimes for the first time. Like Oprah just recently said, when I took this at 8 a.m, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was a different person. Yes, because for the first time, your body's receptor sites were in receipt all at the same time of what it is that they needed. Imagine a person who has had suboptimally functioning thyroid, or who never had enough estrogen, and all of a sudden they use estrogen hormone replacement, or they use thyroid hormone replacement. This is the exact same thing. The difference is those hormones are bioidentical. These are biosimilar. The big, big difference here, as we'll unpack, is that these stay on for much longer. Our own hormones only stay on for 2 to 5 minutes. I want to pause there. 2 to 5 minutes versus a day, or versus 7 days. That is an exponential difference. So that means that it's changing the ecosystem. All right. I want you to think about your electricity bill. And I want you to think about if you had a motion detector out front, and you pay for your electricity every time that motion detector goes on. That's okay. Things pass by at 2 to 5 minutes. Maybe it goes on 5, 6, maybe it goes on for a total of 30 minutes in the day. Okay. Now, let's say you go on vacation and for a week you leave your light on. You're going to come back to a much bigger electrical bill. So there are things for us to understand with these medications that are going to be that bigger electrical bill. That's the job of the practitioner and the patient, to first evaluate you and help you optimize based on that. And second, while you're on the medication, to be able to be aware. But it's also, and to optimize. And it's also why anyone that says that you're going to have to stay on this medication for life is either accurate if you don't fix anything underneath while you go on the medication. And by the way, that's true for every single medication. So the fact that we're just picking on this medication and saying that about this medication just belies all the weight bias that's out there. If you go on a statin and you don't fix anything else, you are going to be on that statin for your blood cholesterol, for your cholesterol for your life. If you go on an antidepressant and you need it for the rest of your life, great. If it helps you live healthfully, wonderful. We just have to understand what it's doing in your body. But here's the thing. You don't just like wake up one day and decide not to take your antidepressant or your cholesterol medication or your proton pump inhibitor. or your birth control and then just go out there. Like you may end up with a whoopsie kid, or you may end up, you know, with reflux so bad you go to the hospital, because when we go off a proton pump inhibitor, acid comes back big time. If you just go off this, like Oprah tried, she was like, oh my gosh, I went off of it and I gained 20 pounds. Sure. Because before the medication, you had suboptimally functioning weight health hormones. And while you were on the medication, yes, you ate right, you exercised, and you lived your life. And I am so happy on that part. But you did not do anything to fully repair your system so that your body could function optimally without this medication. And by the way, that is not a false statement. That is a statement of maybe that is not going to be possible for that individual. No issue. This is going to be the tool she used for the rest of her life. But if it needs to be possible, if she has to go off the medication because of cost, because of how she's doing, because of anything else in her life, we have to make sure that we support the body. And your body will never be able to do, it's only a 2 to 5 minute, maybe 4 hours, you know, with that, some of the supplementation that exists and some of that stuff, maybe we can get you 4 hours or 8 hours in a day, but we cannot get you 7 days. And we cannot get every receptor site satisfied in the same way. And while you are on these medications, they're suppressing your own function. So we absolutely have to do that repair. So that's what people are not talking about and why it's so important. I've actually gone through all of this. This is just a history of all the medications. There's more that are coming out. I just want to highlight something for all of us with orforglipron. Orforglipron will come out this year, and it is the first medication that is what they call a small molecule non-peptide. That's why it's in a tablet. They have figured out how to get something to the receptor sites, but it is not a biosimilar. It is non-peptide. So it's not a hormone. That's really important because it's going to work differently in your body. So we have to understand that. So there are tons of wins with these medications. The reason I wrote my book and it says the personalized system for optimal weight health, GLP-1 shot or not, is because I want you to know you can use shot or pill or not, or you might be on it at some point or not on it at some point. I have some patients who say to me like, Ashley, like, I need to get off of this. And I'm like, why? And when we actually unpack it, they feel like they're a failure on it. They feel like the win would be if I could lose the weight and then my body and learn to do all the things, and then my body would be good and I would be good and society would say I was good because I was coming off of the medication. And that we are not good in that way, right? We have to break up. These are the damaging messages of weight loss and of weight management. We have to understand that, like one of my patients that I'll talk about, if you need to go back on the medication, if like life threw her a curveball, a horrible divorce, a custody battle, financial issues, and she was trying to white knuckle it. And I was like, this tool worked for you. Why wouldn't we just go back on it, right? So I think we just, you know, we need to look at that. So there are all sorts of benefits to these medications. And one of the things that bothers me is most of them are being talked about as average weight loss. We like these medications because there's more weight loss. Or right now there's a new study that came out about hormone replacement therapy and GLP-1. Guess what? Together, there was more weight loss. You know what the problem with that? That's the more wrong goal. I don't know if these people are losing more muscle. Maybe they're not losing fat. Maybe they're losing more bone, right? That's not better. Maybe when you shrink fat cells, you're sending all these toxins out into your body that have been hiding in those fat cells. That is not better for us on that part at all. So what we need to do is we need to move away from more being better there and really looking at what kind of weight loss and also what about health. And there are some wonderful things in terms of health, in terms of cardiovascular function, in terms of liver health, in terms of blood sugar health. And we need to look at that and understand. And that's because we have receptor sites for these hormones. Remember, receptor sites are the destination where these hormones go. They pop in there and then they light something up and it tells something else to work. So just think of dominoes. And for the longest time, we have been playing dominoes starting at domino number 3 and wondering why it's not fallen down and all these other things. We've been working on insulin resistance. We've been trying to optimize A1C. We've been trying to improve heart health, even putting people on cholesterol lowering medications. They're still having heart attacks. We're still seeing strokes. And we're like, what is going on? Well, we missed the domino 1, 2, and 3, or at least 1 and 2 in that analogy. And those are these weight health hormones. So we need to make sure that we look at the pros and considerations of hormone replacement therapy with the weight health hormones, but also that we understand how important it is to optimize our own. So they are hormone replacements. And there are a lot of weight health hormones: GLP-1, GLP-2, GIP, PYY, CCK, amylin, oxymodulin, I can't even pronounce it. There are many more.
And again, I learned about these in 2004 and started helping my patients optimize those. For many practitioners, they're just learning about them today. And unfortunately, they're thinking of them as medications and not as what we make in our own body, right? And so what we need to do, what all of us here need to do is say, like, hold on a second, no matter what my external size looks like, I need to make sure that these hormones are working better because they regulate bone, muscle, fat, type, amount, quality, location, and changes, hydration, blood sugar, appetite, hunger, how we feel full, cognitive function, inflammation. They're at play with fertility because all those things are at play, and they're at play with autoimmune disease because of all of those components. And they're made in the lining of our digestive tract. And what happens to the lining of our digestive tract is that we are insulting it and injuring it every single day, and we often aren't repairing it successfully. So they often don't have a fighting chance at not just getting the signals and being made and being deployed, but of getting where they're supposed to go on time. So the whole system there needs to be assessed and it needs to be optimized. So for weight health, everyone needs to optimize these weight health hormones. So what I want you to take away from today is everyone needs, because every body has, GLP-1. I want to say that again. Everybody needs, because every body has GLP-1. And then I'll insert GIP, PYY, CCK. So I call them a switch. That's not so important for us to, I've gone over, it's about 2 to 5 minutes, the motion detector on that part. But what's important for this is that when you think about the switch, and if you think about, do I have any problems in any of these areas, any of them? Like, do I have difficulty sleeping? Do I have trauma? Do I have stress? Do I have moments where I've been sitting for too long? Do I have time periods where I haven't gone to the bathroom properly? So like all of these different, am I on a proton pump inhibitor? Am I on anything that's lowering acid? Did I even have high acid? Maybe I had low acid and now it's even lower. Am I aging? Yeah, any of these. All of that is impairing these medications on that part. So it's really important for us to pay attention to. Weight health hormone optimization is the solution if you are seeking longevity or health span. The thing for foundation, for better skin, for healthy hair, for muscles, for being able to pick up your grandkids, for being able to to pick up a suitcase and lift it above us, to being able to wake up at 80 feeling like you are 80, but not that you're an operational 80. I don't need somebody to feel like they're 60, but feeling great. This is what we need. We need to optimize our weight health hormones. And the way that we do that is by assessing them in totality and figuring out what is not working. And I will give you a hint and a key takeaway. If your digestion is not working at all, if it is sending you any signals, I think I have a sign for this, so let me come over to here. We have 3 phases. We're going to identify where there's function issues, and then we're going to optimize them. We're going to do it by going through this assessment. So let me dive into 2 things. I'll start here and then go back. If your digestion is not working better, that's the problem. There is no way you can have weight health without optimal digestion on that part. Pellets, loose stools, stinky poop, stinky underarms, stinky breath, fatigue, brain fog, elevated inflammation, skin issues, appetite and hunger challenges, cravings, gas, bloating, stuff going the wrong way, stuff not going at all. All of it. If any of this is going on, we are not able to have optimal weight health because it's going to be impacting our weight health hormones. So this is where everybody starts. This is what we have to optimize. And within that, because hydration is not about the body having enough water. Hydration is about the body having water where it's supposed to be, enough water, and being able to do what it's supposed to do. And that includes water brings nutrients inside cells. And when you have elevated blood sugar, water is pulled out of your cells with nutrients into the bloodstream so that your blood doesn't get stuck, right? It comes over there because it's trying to reduce the stickiness of that excess sugar. So every time our blood sugar is high, we're actually becoming more dehydrated. And we are dehydrated when we are a hose, not a sponge. If you drink 8 ounces of water and you have to pee sooner than 2 hours, or you don't have to pee for 3 hours or longer, you are a hose, not a sponge. We have to fix that. We have to make sure that water goes where it's supposed to go and is available to be able to do what it needs to do. It's part of digestion in my mind because it's part of how our body gets nutrients. Because one of the other things, a mistake that we've made is we've made such a mistake of calling foods healthy, like salmon and kale, and saying, like somebody asked me the other day, well, are tomatoes healthy? Because I heard that they're not, because of the nightshades. And I was like, oh goodness, tomatoes are so healthy. How we eat them, how they do in your body, that's going to be a different story. But we don't call a food healthy, like I just did, until it actually is broken down into nutrients and gets where it's supposed to go in the body. Then the body goes, ding, those tomatoes worked really well for me, right? That's going to be the process that goes. It would be like if you turned in your term paper to a teacher and you said, here's my paper, and why don't you just put an A on it? And she was like, no, I'm going to read it. And then they come back and they're like, oh, it's a C minus. I'd like you to rewrite these 4 other paragraphs. Your body is constantly telling you that healthy food is not quote unquote healthy out there. It doesn't really matter what's at the top or bottom of a pyramid. It really matters, does your body have what it needs, where it needs it, when it needs it, and is it able to use it? The body is an operating system. That's so much more important. So are we optimally resourcing your body? And that's where total nutrition comes in. Better nutrition, better total nutrition gives your body what it needs to run better today while reducing what can irritate, overwhelm, and disrupt its efforts. So how you do that, I can't share in the next 7 minutes. That's why I wrote an entire book. My book is a playbook for how to do this, for how to make those choices, for how to figure out what is the better quantity for your body, for what is the better quality, what's the right balance of nutrients, and when is a better time for you to be giving your body nutrition as opposed for your body to not have the work of the nutrition coming in. When you do that, that is how we go and we optimize your nutrition for your body. And we do that based on a series of experiments. So in my book, I use the analogy of a pizza. The crust is your digestion and hydration. The sauce is the 4 pillars of better nutrition. I just showed those to you. The cheese are the 4 pillars of lifestyle, stress, activity. We want to think about joy, and we also want to think about sleep. And then we get into the toppings, and yet the toppings is what everybody asks me about. Well, Ashley, does this supplement work? Does this medication? What about cold plunging? Don't worry, I answer all of that. And the short answer is the topping cannot make the pizza work if the pizza itself is not better. So yes, you might use a GLP-1 agonist, you might use a GLP-1 activator, you might use a probiotic to support GLP-1 and to optimize your own levels, but none of that can work and have you have optimal weight health unless the rest of your pizza is working. So we really have to make sure that we pay attention to the crust, sauce, and cheese, not just the toppings. Okay. So I just wanted to, because people do want to know about thinking about weight health supplements and medications, there are so many weight health optimizers out there. Those are every single supplement under the sun. Those could be probiotics, those could be amino acids, those could be vitamins, minerals, those could be sleep. They could like so many different things. And they're going to help your body, that ecosystem, have what it needs to run better, right? Now, there are some that very specifically work with your weight health hormone optimizers, with your weight health hormones. So things that like feed and support, so the amino acids that make up your weight health hormones, or the glutamine that helps the lining of your digestive tract, or the fibers that feed the bacteria, or the polyphenols that feed the bacteria, or the right kind of bacteria. And there might be some, like the one that I know of to date is the New Zealand hops that actually can help push us even above 100% of our weight health hormones and give us more like 4 hours. And we call that a weight health hormone activator. But everything, there's no nature's Ozempic. And then anything else is a weight health hormone replacement therapy. And that is going to be a medication. And that is going to have the biosimilar components. But remember, it's going to go right to the receptor site. So it's not going to do anything for your actual own system. And it's going to suppress your own hormones. So we still have to fix your system while you're on it. That's why we use those. And then we do optimization. I'm not going to focus on that. So what I want us to take away, because I want to get into your questions, is weight health is the key to healthy aging. New year, better you, whatever your goal is under that sun, if your weight health hormones are not working better, you're not going to reach that goal. So we have to make sure that we are reaching that goal. And we don't just have to do it for us as adults, we have to do it for kids. This is how we create generational weight health. But the big takeaway from today is that's GLP-1 shot or not. Whether you ever have a relationship with the medication, you have a relationship with your own body, and your own body makes these hormones, and we have to optimize them. Well, I just wanted to say thank you. 4 decades later, what a difference weight health makes. I am investing in better resources. I didn't actually tell my goat's milk story. I'll leave that for everyone in the book. It has helped me fulfill my life purpose. I appreciate my body as an operating system, and my life purpose is to help you optimize your weight health, to be able to move from weight loss, which is disempowering, to move to weight health, which is empowering. And then when you understand how to give your body what it needs to run better and you're able to do that, you get to be like, okay, I'm healthy. So now I can go out and do whatever it is I'm supposed to do and fulfill our life purpose there. So I want to say thank you. I'd love for you to get my book. I also read the audio. You can get the hard copy. You can get both of them. And then just know that in the book, there is the QR code. And in the QR code, you actually get to go and connect for an online program that supports you with doing the book, where coaches can answer with you, or you can be working with your DNA coach too, because they could be helping you guide it from a genetic standpoint too. So thank you, Krista. I'm over to the questions. Yeah. I don't know if I left 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, something like that. Yeah.
No, we have some flexibility because we have some
Okay.
really good questions
Oh,
coming
thank
in from
you.
the
Thank you.
audience. Yeah, if you just want to stop sharing your
Oh,
screen,
yes.
then
Perfect.
Vanny can bring both of,
Great.
oh, there we are. Bonjour. Just a note for the audience before we dive into some of the questions we have for Ashley. If you have been participating and asking questions with us throughout the day, and unfortunately we weren't able to get to one of your questions because the speaker time ran short, whatever that might have been, we have captured all of your questions. You're important, your voice matters, and we've captured those questions. We're going to have our presenters answer them. We're going to have our in-house DNA clinicians answer them, and we are going to post them to our Facebook group page. So we're going to post a link to that in the chat. And if you want to join that group, you will see any of the questions that we didn't unfortunately have time for today. But Ashley, we still have some time for questions
Great.
for you.
Okay, perfect.
So I like that you positioned within your talk that GLP-1s, amongst other hormones that you can be taking, are a tool. And sometimes that tool is going to be in the short term as you work on other things. And sometimes that tool is the answer to a true, genuine deficiency and might need to be longer term. Several audience members have asked the question of what happens if someone is on those GLP-1s longer term, be that, they truly need to be, or perhaps they're working with someone that did not create a good plan. And this is just patching a hole. Do we have any data that speaks to what is the impact of that? What is that scenario? What happens to the body when you're on that long term?
Sure. And as it relates to liraglutide, which was the original one, I've been working with patients on these for blood sugar in particular for about 15 years. So I feel very comfortable speaking to a longer time period. That said, we don't have a crystal ball about anybody's, about for anyone.
Of course.
So I think that's the first place that I would where I would be. I think the most important thing to understand is that these being on these hormone replacements that are biosimilar, but not bioidentical, does mean that for a prolonged period of time, you are going to be circumventing your body's own. So it means that your body having signals and going down and deploying, saying, hey, GLP-1 or GIP, go from the, go over to the receptor site. That doesn't need to happen. That does create challenges long-term. So the job is to optimize as you're optimizing your health. Now, what I've seen is actually beautiful in like 3 to 5 years with people is we've been able to reduce other medications. And so as a result, that's been great because we've been able to optimize around and really just understand how the GLP-1 agonist is working for them. Yeah. But I think that it's an important thing to understand and to be thinking about. And for some people, the side effect of staying on it is, how do I budget for the care that I need around this ongoing? And I think that's also really important, not just for the access to the medication. Yeah. It's one of the reasons I like to keep people on as low of a dose as possible, and really help people understand that the goal isn't to not have appetite or not have hunger, but actually to start to learn how to respond to your body in a more comfortable way and maintain your goals on that part. Yeah.
Got it. So almost space to kind of create a new relationship with your body, because we know oftentimes when people are struggling with weight, the relationship becomes a little bit adversarial and we see our
100%.
body as an enemy because it's not doing what we want it to be doing. Yeah.
I'm on year 3 of working with a patient who came to me. She's about my age. So I'm 52. And she said, Ashley, I hate food. She's like, so I just want to be really clear. And I was like, I get it. Like, she's like, I've had the worst relationship. She said, I'm not changing a thing about what I eat. And I said, okay. I said, well, your body has needs that we're not meeting. So are you okay with supplements? And so we went through and she's like, maybe 70%, so we're like, okay. And so I said, all right, between supplements and what you're doing, and around like year 2.5, she started to say to me, she's like, I'm just noticing that when I like have a little bit more protein at breakfast, like, and I was like, remember, there's no food that is a protein, but tell me what you mean by that. And she said, well, instead of like running out the door with my coffee, like sometimes now I have 2 eggs. And I said, boy, is your body happy with some choline, right? Like some choline, and which we know is so great for our genetics, and also getting in the protein.
Yeah.
So I just kind of leaned into that. But if I had said to her in the beginning, I need you to like your food, like she would have just been like, on to the next practitioner, or
Yeah.
I'm going to not go to a practitioner kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's very important. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The magic of meeting someone where they're at.
Where they're at.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just going to offer one more question to you, and then audience, the balance of the questions we will be posting to the Facebook group. You had mentioned you like, in terms of GLP-1s, like minimal dose possible. And so there's a lot of conversation these days around microdosing and different titration schedules. Can you talk to this idea of microdosing GLP-1s? Yeah.
Yes, totally. And I think with microdosing, I'm going to try to get in this conversation about the oral versus the injectable, just because I saw a bunch of those. So microdosing by definition is about a microscopic dose. There is no one who is achieving weight health goals right now on a microscopic dose. I want to be very clear. You're not using a micro dose. You are using a low dose, and biohackers have created the term microdosing, and really around microdosing peptides, where they actually are using microscopic doses. And in that space, I think honestly, I just put it up there to weight bias. People like saying I'm on a microdose versus saying I'm on a low dose. And whatever you want to say, like I've been a practitioner for so long that if you come in and tell me that you're a vegetarian, I just come back and I say, so what does that mean to you? Because I've had people eat chicken who are vegetarians, and I've had people like, et cetera. So what we want to understand there is microdosing actually does have some very valuable therapeutic benefits. And I think Dr. Tina Moore is the expert on that. I do not feel that I'm an expert, but that small dose is not what I use for what I'm talking about here. And what I also want to be clear about is that with the oral that you're taking on a daily basis, you may have it at a smaller dose and then you're taking it on a daily basis on that part, versus the injectable, where you're getting a high dose right out the door and then it kind of is going down like that over the course of 7 days. So that's going to have different factors. I have some people on the oral where as a result, they have digestive issues every day. Whereas if you're on the injectable, you only have digestive issues maybe the 2 days that you use it. So a lot of this is, my main point in the conversation here is, every signal that you're getting is one for you to decode with your practitioners. And that's why my coaches and I are there to literally, and I wrote every question I could think of in the book, whether it's about the medication or really about, if you're not using the medication, how to do this from a nutrition standpoint. These are just signals. You just have to understand for you personally, why is that signal happening?
Okay. Amazing. Thank you so very
Thank
much,
you.
Ashley, for coming back to this. I was very grateful that you were able to do this, because I
Me
enjoyed our
too.
conversation so much.
Yes.
So audience, again, Ashley, the link to her book is in the chat. And if you want a further expanded conversation, her and I, there she be. Her and I did do a podcast. So please jump onto DNA Talks in order to hear that. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Thanks, everyone. I hope to see you again. Take care. Bye. Thanks, Krista.
Yeah, of course. So audience, before I pass the proverbial microphone over to Dr. Steady, who has all the prizes, so get excited, I do want to reflect back something that we've heard quite frequently throughout the conversations today, that things like hormones or GLP-1s are really, really important, but sometimes they don't get at root cause. And all of our presenters today spoke to the end of, these tools are important, but we have to dive into body. We have to work with a practitioner in order to understand what is truly wrong. So we're fixing that versus just masking a symptom and patching up a boat. Okay. To that end, if you're looking to work with a practitioner who understands your DNA, who understands your health history and can cobble all of that together, do not hesitate to reach out to us. That is our mission and purpose here at the DNA Company. We want to be there in support of you, and we'll make sure within the chat you have links to access that all. Now, with no further ado, Dr. Steady, can I invite you to the stage here? There we go. There we go.
Hi, Dr. Kosterman. What a wonderful event.
Yes. And I want to, I know I shouldn't be tooting horns this early on, but you were foundational and instrumental in putting all of this together. I never wear hats, but if I did, I would tip it to you. So thank you very much for the support here.
My absolute pleasure. I enjoyed listening to all of these speakers today. Definitely. So, giveaway time. We have 3 copies of Ashley Koff's book, Your Best Shot, The Personalized System for Optimal Weight Health, GLP-1 Shot or Not. 5 copies each of Evolved NLP, The Impact-Driven Coach's Guide to Amplified Revenue and Results, The Smart Woman's Guide to Breast Cancer by Dr. Jen Simmons, and 5 copies of The DNA Way to give away. We're not going to do that right now because that's 18 things. So to enter, please email one thing that really resonated with you today. You can email 2 if you want, but probably not more than that. And the email for that is ceo@thednacompany.com. And I know that it's really hard to choose just one thing that resonated, but please try to narrow it down. Once again, that email is ceo@thednacompany.com. I'm sure that Vanny will put it in the chat, or Katie. Thank you so much for joining us for New Year, New You. You are the reason that we do these, and we so appreciate you being here with us. I'm sure that you found many things helpful in these presentations. I know that I learned a lot. Thank you to all of our wonderful speakers, to our team behind the scenes, and to Dr. Kosterman for being our host. As a reminder, the live, but now recorded, content and bonus content will be available through the end of January on DNA Co Media, and after that it will be in DNAU for our network of providers. Don't forget to download Alex's PDF, to sign up for the Introduction to Trauma Conscious Leadership with New Avalon, and to check out Dr. Shippey and Ashley's books. I encourage you to take advantage of our limited time offers. The BioAge Fasting Kit, offering a $1,000 savings off of 2 DNA aging tests and 3 Prolon fasting mimicking diet kits. That's hard to say. $11.85 for original or $13.35 for next gen. And also we have the DNA Food DNA Fit offer. This is all just so amazing. 5 hours with Felicia and 3 hours with Rianne, taking charge of your fitness and your nutrition all at the same time, and $149 off of the DNA 360 for those of you who don't have it. That's optional. So if you already have your DNA 360, you can just get the 5 hours with Felicia and the 3 hours with Rianne for 50% off of the 3 hours with Rianne. So this is a great deal. You've been inspired, and now it's time to take action with support from our team. You don't have to do this on your own. You can make all of your goals and plans for this new year, 2026, come true with the help and the knowledge of all of these people. So thank you all very much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right. Au revoir, mes
Great
amis.
job, everybody. Thank you.
Au revoir. She's dancing.